Više da će prvo 3 agenda item, a onda će biti
Ovaj topic of debate moj pa njegov, pa ono što je ostalo, to mi nije važno. Delegation, allocation,
there's a today's link. No, not yet. In a second. Yeah, that's today's link. Oh, good. What? Yes. What? Okay, I'm ready to go. All right, can you please get seated? I'm changing the pictures, right? I mean the original picture. Yeah. Get seated, we will start. Welcome to the last day of the Spring BNC Meeting 2024. We will start by a roll call. And this will be kind of, yeah, can you just come a bit closer? Thank you. So when we call it out, you just, tell us if you're here. Albania, Armenia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Belarus, absent, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, thank you, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Hungary, absent, Ireland, thank you, Italy, Kosovo, Latvia, present by proxy. Lithuania, absent. Luxembourg,
Present.
Moldova, not present. The Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Serbia, absent until further notice, I guess. Slovenia, Spain. Wait, Slovenia. Okay, yeah, okay, good. Sweden. Thank you. Switzerland. Turkey. United. Ukraine. And United Kingdom. Yes, you're both here. Good. We have the quorum. We have 30 MCs present in person and 2 by proxy, and we will kick off today's meeting. There is a proposition from the BNC board that we change the agenda item. That we start with what was the original plan, with UAP Sweden's topic of debate. Then we have 2 policy changes on policy delegation allocation, and only then we do the one that is left over from yesterday. Would you be okay with that? Yes, so we will start with UAP Sweden's, then we will have 2 policy proposals on delegation allocation policy, and only then would we have updated change the charter of the UAP, strengthening democracy and removing gridlock. Okay, if you vote for it, of course. So we go. Name equal to the center. Okay, we made the agenda change, and then we will start. This is a double slide. We're discussing the participation fees of international sessions, topic of debate by UAP Sweden. Proposing entity, a spokesperson is Johan. You can find it on the page 53 of the meeting booklet. A segment of debate reads as follows: working towards a more inclusive, welcoming, and engaging UAP within the network for our eager and ambitious delegates. And I give the floor to Johan to give his opening statement.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. So the topic of debate that we have in front of you has been discussed not only on part C, but across the network as a whole. And we've seen and received comments and opinions on this for a couple of times. For the future of this proposal, there's nothing that we've seen or discussed, but what we really want this debate to highlight and focus upon is how we can recognize the issue and solutions beneficial for all parties involved. If you can put the next.
Yes.
So the rationale, of course, it's saying that it's necessary to look at all the different participation fees, currencies, and take initiative to address the financial barriers for delegates coming from lower socioeconomic conditions that might live in a higher GDP per capita country, but still don't have the financial support themselves to cover these fees if the NC is not in a state where they can actually cover participation. So we want to welcome all delegates from all backgrounds, and we hope that this grows into something more so that all delegates and from all countries are able to attend international sessions without having thank you.
Are there any statements on the floor? We have already in the agenda setting poll had statements from Denmark, Croatia, and Finland. So we will start with taking those, but I see that there's many more up in the air. I would kindly ask you that you keep your statements up to 2 minutes long. They will be timed, and we will start with UAP Denmark.
It's hard to believe as it is. Having 200 euros as many people know, and it is this project is the biggest to participate because we are not lucky enough to be able to pay for our delegates. We would love to, so we can start. Another thing is Denmark? Oh, it's not that cheap. It's a person of how we help our delegates. I know Sweden to have some grants and advice, but it's not for everything. Especially you don't want a small one. Yeah. It's nice to emphasize that. Yes, there were people who don't, but not everyone can pay for it. They will also do the salary. But really, the just for which.
Thank you very much. We'll take a statement by Ilse Finland.
And also Denmark. We support this statement as we do have a situation, unfortunately, that we have a lot of benefits for interest rate, for income, but due to the financial situation, it is very difficult to personal property or second of all, having the opportunity for the council actually say people some in summertime, because all of it is supplying. Is quite expensive, so therefore we definitely see this as something that should be visited and maybe be highlighted as it's very important. And yes, as we are seeing that it's very generous to allow people to join our RNC. We simply want to accessible to the financial situations. It is really difficult to fundraise that as many elements as possible in terms of thank you.
Thank you very much. And we had, let me open the agenda. Yeah, we had a statement from European Croatia also in the general info first. So we'll take that first and then we'll everybody else. European Croatia.
Thank you. So coming from least wealthy entities to make a statement so far, we would like to support consideration of your socioeconomics, work within every country individually, but also across Europe. That's why we have the criteria. Based on what Saskia from the International Law has put forward in terms of some recalculations, we're kind of afraid that most NCs are in a similar position to us, where it continues to be quite difficult to finance these things. For Croatia, the participation fee is right now, unless it changes, 75 euros, which is, frankly speaking, a lot when it comes to the delegates and their families to us. And generally speaking, we'd like to make a point that these fees are fairly high in the first place. They're fairly difficult to get to, unless an NC is financing themselves, then it's, as everyone rightly pointed out, schools delegates themselves. In our case, it's the second, because the schools don't pay. And overall, that means that we also at times have this added layer of inequality where there are schools, even public schools, sometimes that are willing to pay. That's not the case in Croatia. So again, you have these issues, not to mention the fact, just because the fee is lower doesn't mean that the NC can cover it. And that's a big problem for us. And time and time again, members come to us according to big delegations, and they always have the same question: will anything of this be financed? We don't have that amount of money. Also, in terms of travels, we really agree with Denmark. It's not just that. Croatia is not super central in Europe, but more central than most countries. Yet still travel are very common. And this does not change. This cannot change whether it's the summertime or we have to look the other end of Europe. And we're afraid that what the current policy has is simply too an obsolete and strict mindset towards most, if not all, NCs and their servants.
Thank you, European Croatia. We'll take a statement by European France.
Yes. Thank you for this amazing opportunity to discuss the participation fees. We have exactly the same problems that were discussed before. As many delegates, we are going to international sessions due to high fees. Inclusion in white possible is basically important, including social, economic inclusion, and we firmly believe that this system needs to be applied in a way that includes everyone, because even though we can support them for traveling, we can also support the full participation fees, which is a first barrier to entry, without even talking about the fact that we are living empty slots in international sessions. That could be filled only because of these participation fees. So like to think of what has been expressed in this conclusion.
Thank you very much. We'll take a second by EVP Azerbaijan.
Thank you very much for advancing from we are focusing on the town, especially that we work with IS and we do this on the Nordic entities with the delegations. All of the people, the previous, the present, but we want to mention a few things about actual costs. So, not so that is part of a lot of stuff with the next round of case because it doesn't have this abstract, I would say. So I'm also interested in like what exactly the expect of the what kind of structure you have. And regarding the actual point discussing the entities their also work on this contemplated, but we will have base delegation allocation. So that's it.
Thank you very much. And as far as I see, the final statement here is EVP Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, second of all, we support the something of the faith, and we think this is something that should be discussed in the network. Just a few things to be careful about. I think I can speak for most of these when I say that it's pretty difficult. I think it's difficult to fundraise, but on top of that, there's an additional layer of difficulty of fundraising when you present it to the sponsor that is for traveling and for participation fees. Because sponsors, if it is a sponsorship where they want to know where the money goes, they really want something more concrete, to put it that way, in their eyes at least, and in the eyes of the politicians. So that's something that we have to be careful. When it comes to the personally, I don't think it's really feasible because the international grants that we already have and the money that we are supplying as an effort is limited. And in that context, I'm not sure if an international grant will, I mean, I want to do that an international grant is really feasible in the context of executing the idea. The idea itself is really good, but I'm just concerned about the feasibility. When it comes to exploring different options of calculating participation fees, yes, but something that we have to be very careful with is including GDP and GDP per capita data operation and geopolitics, because sometimes the GDP per capita does not resemble the actual GDP per capita of the country. If we have a lot of migration happening, etc., etc. So in those cases, GDP per capita actually get very misleading rather than something that so I really appreciate the table in which I explore.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll return to the proposing entity, Sweden. If you can answer all these statements, talking about the visibility of financing for delegates' travel expenses and on what merits or what criteria should fees be made on, even in the first place, the political.
Thank you, all the seats for all your wonderful remarks and your opinions, and all heard, and very, very appreciated. Of course, like each MC that supports, and it is all so important. There's still a bunch of nicks and crannies that we have to figure out. But basically, what we really want for this is, of course, what everyone's doing, having delegates not being able to attend, because the participating people are expensive, because the travel is too expensive. And then we're leaving those delegates that are really engaged, that really want to attend, that are really passionate, but are just unable because of this. So with the international travel grant, what my idea for it was originally what we could always work on and explore differently was that it not only can support the finance if there is the funds necessary for it, but can also remove certain fees, as in if the NC has 200 euros to pay per delegate. If the delegate comes to the NC and applies to the NC to the travel grant, and have those participation fees reduced in that sense, and not have to receive money or funding from the IO directly. But of course, it's always, it can always be talked about and discussed further. But of course, the system about leaving empty spots and not being able to the delegates just because of that, and then some spots going to other MCs that can afford it. It's really lacking right now, because this is just more MCs just sending their delegates and having less MCs. Well. And for the small discount clarification, yeah, but what I meant by that is, yeah, what I just said, that you take off the original participation, whether it be 100, 175 euros, 100 euros, whatever that situation is exactly, if for the delegate or the whole delegation that are unable to attend because of that, and it's not financially supported, that you get a little bit of a discount, basically. There's a better word for it, but we find a discount. But yeah, still very excited to hear any more comments to move on and discuss further. And yeah, hopefully,
Thank you very much. Soon we will be opening the floor to the debate. It will be structured into 3 rounds. First is participation fees and struggles for delegates, then implementation ideas, and finally general. We will try to be short and on point, just like you. We will start by taking a point from UIT Belgium.
Well, here in Belgium, things share housing here in Belgium. So basically, we don't have travel grants, but we established an inclusion fund a few years ago, and the inclusion fund is based on residents who receive study scholarships from the government or not, either in high school, in university, and it seems to be working very well. We have a sort of email for it, and we do get pressure from delegates to receive the inclusion fund. So we're receiving this fund is only depending on one variable, which makes it also very easy for them to and finances, and it's not have the biggest impact on our finances itself. So we encourage everyone, like all of this year, to look into establishment of a possible thing like that, and not like the establishment of what they
Thank you very much. As the direct responses, we will take first the one kind of order. Yes, we value our direct responses, but please stick to the base structure. So points regarding special fees and struggles for delegates. Okay, we'll take point by UIT Armenia.
So based on the scheme that we have currently, UIT Armenia pays the participation fee for all the delegates that we send, which it might seem like a good idea, but in reality, it puts a very high financial burden on the entity itself, because 50 euros is pretty expensive for Armenia, even though I know it's not that expensive as for many other entities. But also, the current way of calculating it is a bit off, considering the fact that Armenia is one of the most volatile countries when it comes to GDP differences. So based on the recent migration and stuff, it's been artificially increased, but that does not mean that the general way of life has been better. So in reality, there's no way that I mean, it's going to be very hard for us to convince that it's paid higher fees, but for us to pay for those fees, we think it is higher. So we are also very much struggling with these things. And we don't really,
Thank you very much. There's a direct response by European Bosnia and Herzegovina. You are recognized.
Thank you. Building up on this, something that we have to understand regarding GDP is mean and median wage, and those two are very different. Mean is average, so you take all the salaries in the country, divided by the number of people, you get the mean. Median is when you spread out all the salaries, all the amounts, you take the middle value. And that sometimes can be a more indicative statistic than the mean, which goes into the calculation of GDP per capita. So that's also something to take into account when calculating these kinds.
Thank you for the economics crash course as well. We would like to have a point from UP. We'll go to you. We'll take you to Greece.
thank you as well. I just wanted to do the discussion about the topic. Say some countries, for example, not countries, being like these countries, so they have a strong micro specifically, because of the benefit of the market makes it to a certain extent. Let alone being from the Nordic is quite hard. Because the previous items, people who read from the Nordic, and thinking that of the money, we want to play so already the expenses, some most of the things very just also being
Thank you very much. There's multiple direct responses in the air. We will take it to Luxembourg because we haven't heard from you since the start of this debate.
Thank you. Joachim Luxembourg, second that's being a small country and with a equally small effort. But then there's also well, when the session is in around the country, Germany and Belgium, that's something like, and you know, we cover 70% of the members, so 150 delegates pay 50 and then talk about the cost of flight, which are all right.
And now we'll take a point by the governing body.
My point is kind of related to the point made by Bosnia and Herzegovina over there, the way that participant fees are calculated. Just to set the tone for further discussion, I would like to point out that the GB and the IO agree that we need to formalize the way we calculate participation fees. How we do that will possibly be the outcome of this debate in the room, but we are here at the table open to hearing the way we formalize it, because we also think it's necessary that we also sometimes struggle to answer your questions when you come to us with a question why it's like that, and it's not another way. So formalizing it is completely welcome from our side.
Thank you very much. We already had statements by VP Croatia and VP France, so prefer maybe somebody else. And we'll take a point by VP Serbia and then return to the closing entity. Is that okay?
Serbia is present in the meeting.
Serbia is not, yeah. Minute taker Serbia is present now compared to the roll call, and you're recognized. Can you be louder?
That can often be rather high, depending on how many delegates and making security calculation or for example, one high end. So yeah, for those who might for outside.
Thank you very much. And as promised, I will be returning to the proposing entity.
Thank you guys again for all your wonderful points and questions. And very, very lucky. And again, there's a clear pattern of how BNC is struggling with that. Everyone can agree that current way of, determining, delegation fees is not the best. So, coming up with a different way, whether it be, this, what the Bosnians, mean, median, economics lesson, wonderful, and yeah, other different approaches, like, what we discussed earlier, portion of the country, so both how many delegates BNC is sending, it all depends, but, what I can say is, yes, delegates coming from, richer MNCs, from the same area, they still have further places to travel to, and sometimes, the airports, like someone said previously, of the country, is not in the best position, and those things just add up and add up and add up, and the delegates end up paying far too much, without support. So, thank you to the GB that, I agree that, there needs to be a new way to formalize, the part levy on fees, and other than that, I feel like, everyone is in agreement that yes, there are a lot of struggles that are delegates to approach analysis, and hopefully we can come up with a way to help them, and have it work for all parties involved in all that.
Thank you very much. We'll be opening the second round for implementation ideas, international travel grant development. We will start by taking points from Albania, then Romania.
Thank you. I would like to discuss the allowing utilities that are now going to receive the fund discount. Since we are not, we do not decide our own how many dollars we send, that is already allocated by the IO. I believe that the small discounts be made mainly on accessibility. For example, for Romania, it's very easy to go to Thessaloniki, and for Sweden and Denmark, it's very difficult. But for example, from Romania to go to two providers would be affordable. I believe that the discount we pay on accessibility and not by how many delegates are sent to the ISS. Thank you.
There's multiple direct responses. We will take the one from Cyprus.
I will do this. Cyprus proposes a maximum number of participation, the maximum amount of participation fees based on the capital we discussed, but then through different tiers regarding kilometers away from the station. So based on activity, each entity gets discount. So for example, for Cyprus to go to Thessaloniki, it would be a higher fee than from Finland to Thessaloniki. And from Albania to Thessaloniki, it would be a much higher fee than Cyprus to Thessaloniki. Thus, we take into account everyone's locations based on flight prices, and we also have per capita as the maximum amount of participation fee allowed.
Thank you very much. We will not take the chain direct responses. We will take a point from EYP Kosovo. Sorry, yes, it is true. We have said EYP Romania in text. I'm sorry.
So the last one.
And- Sorry.
Action plan. Speaking from the perspective of let's say not struggling but not yet established NC. Yes, whenever we get the spot for us allocated on an X, we struggle to make out a location. And so I feel like this is the case also for other not yet established NC. That we struggle to bring in delegates as we are, and more and NC that are really they have to be here bringing delegates, and so they want to work, even though that they in comparison, they can support that, or they can cover it a bit better.
We will change the seat.
Have no one.
Yes. Thank you very much. And now we'll take a point by EYP Kosovo.
Also thank you for the talk. This is really important, this show, one of the biggest issues when it comes to participation in events abroad. If this goes between implementation ideas and struggles, I guess, so we're going forward with this. But, if, I feel like if there was to be a travel fund established, it would also be very great to look at the possibility of the travel fund not just being a reimbursement fund, rather than being, buying the ticket for the delegates, for example, fund, if that is a possibility, because in many cases, participants might not be able even to buy the ticket to begin with, but then get a reimbursement. So it would be great to see if there's other, possibilities besides the reimbursement method. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there a direct response by Irkir Minyo?
And also following the travel grant scheme, we also have to pay attention to the grant for applying school potentially, because most of them exclude Eastern Partnership countries whatsoever. So we might not be able then to equally provide funds for policies if we provide to one for us.
Thank you very much. We'll take points by Croatia, the front.
So we have more of a practical point based on the recalculation right now. It seems that some are gaining, some are losing. Croatia would like to make a point, that generally speaking, that these seem to be too high for almost everyone, considering delegates don't work, especially for us, because you consider, oh yeah, our economy is growing. But who really benefits from that? Who is delegates benefit from that? So the implementation point of view cannot really be socioeconomic criteria based on people who work, because these kids still get money. And we cannot have a lunch money index, but yeah, there is this problem, how do we actually measure it? That's what we need to from the but we would like to go with a wide range of criteria that can be done more objective and more holistic, as opposed to simply saying, I have need an income, GDP per capita, whatever, because that is not holistic enough, especially when it comes to the usual ISL.
Thank you. Croatia will take France.
Yes, about implementation, the France wishes to express the fact that we like the idea it's not imposing something on national committees, and rather see it on an international perspective, because seeing from these debates, we either have to remind that either the big entities that we are lucky to be in this position and have to consider the situation of smaller entities that have less finance. And on the other hand, globally, for those our big entities with more stable finances, the fact of sending delegates to international sessions and paying the fees have also other consequences on outreach programs, which are nowadays very important for us in our domestic action. So we have to consider both elements, the entities' finance and their priorities for finance, which may not be sending officials to international sessions or delegates.
Thank you very much. We will take a direct response by Croatia. Keep it under 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's precisely the problem with outreach in the end, because it all hurts our long-term interests, including our own financial interests. If we don't outreach, we don't diversify geographically, socioeconomically speaking. And we have some data, track our data, which says yes, international session participation fees and travels are simply too high.
Thank you.
Cities work.
International office.
Yes, also thank you, welcome back. Today, I hope this is about implementation of travel fund. I want to bring up that the reason that this happens in number 4, because it has involved by several meetings in the past, as something that we want to have, because there's no financial resources for it. So I want you to consider if this is something you want to take very seriously and continue with, to consider what you want to cut or how you want to get more money for it. So we really can instruct us to do that. It's currently it's financial not able to do so, even though I don't know how it's.
Thank you very much. I see many other points still up in the air, but we can keep those for the next round. We'll return to the proposing entity because Johan has to answer like 9 points at this point. Johan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it and go one by one, but yes, Albania, completely agree, it should be based on accessibility as well as site visit. Agree with you, accessibility should take into consideration. If one entity is all the way south and the IS are all the way north, then that is That's a easy fee that we don't have to pay, for the don't. And for Romania, completely understand that there's entities that are, have more, involvement and more members. It will be easier for them to make up a delegation and be able to send them. But we're hoping to have all entities so that all entities are able to try to be part of that from different, and that also helps with, depending on the location of the entity and where you want to go. With possible, travel expenses, and travel fund, not being a reimbursement fund, but maybe to pay for the fees, the tickets. I have no idea how that is shared. Of course, we talk about it more with the IO, if that is a possibility, as I said, the funding is going. Croatia, yes, agreed that we should not just do their own situation at all. We want to work on this. We want to take into other possibilities and other regions of capital. Please hopefully we can work on that. And yes, no delegates should have to pay for all this themselves. I understand it's the same thing as in the country and yeah, martial art experience, but it doesn't mean that they should waste their time. Next 2 months. And France, yes, of course, there's a larger entities, they support them, they can help them, but then it doesn't also mean that they have to pay these crazy fees themselves. Hopefully we can work on that. And for the IO, completely understand that this, finance is always the biggest issue. How can we finance it? How can we make it so that there's enough for everyone? But like, hopefully there's other possibilities of not only just paying for the fees or just giving money to the delegates or the entities that they already instead rather minimizing the delegation fees in that sense. So, taking it down from 200 to 150, that is a possibility. Looking forward to hearing for the next round of debate.
Thank you very much. We are moving to the next round of debate, and we'll take points starting from the United Kingdom.
Thank you for the discussion. I was going to ask I've just looked at hours. This room obviously, saying it's good, but 350 euros each is good, which is, so I think it's the price because that's really from the level of price, which is like downstairs or the holiday. 350 pounds to your add that to beaches. I was just want to ask
Thank you very much. We'll take a direct response by EVP Romania, keep it under 20 seconds.
Yeah, to add to that, so now we have a period that Romania is part of Schengen area, which is okay, but before we have like an under 18, probably either here or an over 18, so like we hope this consideration does not that are necessary part of the contribution. So like that sometimes we like sometimes it's like after.
Thank you very much. We'll take a point by EVP Azerbaijan.
How very listening to this transfer by
Thank you very much. We'll take the point by EVP. Oh, sorry, there's a direct response by EVP Croatia. Keep it around 20. Yes.
This is also a problem that happens with the participation because there's that final date until which you can return it. Obviously, if NC pays, we also bear the burden for someone not taking part, and it's quite difficult, especially if it's quite a high amount for us in both, as it is for us, even if the delegate pays.
Thank you. EVP the Netherlands. We don't change direct responses.
fee for the benefit. And we see that the benefits that we say yes are all from the Berlin school, gymnasium in Amsterdam. So we are, it's the first law, and we like how we first, we have mobility plans, and we can, like, we don't pay for anything for benefits, like, we don't have to be budgeting to the extent either, is maybe or novelty, like, if any institution can decide how to stimulate not upper class and like delegates to participate, you know.
Okay. It was like a desperate call for help. And we will take we'll take direct response from Portugal. Yes.
All our schools, and what they do is they mobilize within municipalities, like for them to pay for the participation fee and travels up to a certain amount. For example, when I was delegates, I received 300 euros, something like that, just to cover all of my expenses, like it was a real difficult.
Thank you very much. We will take a point by Greece.
What Portugal said and what Belgium said earlier is about funding from coming from the school because of funding from the country. I was because I agree, you know, and it comes from some countries, but when it comes to I have problems, like, when it comes to higher education, when it comes to school, that's very not as well. So let's go very well with that, but we because the schools to know that it's kind of fun, like people have to like what people learn to do.
Thank you very much. Is that a direct response that you're trying to raise? Okay, we'll take direct response by Bosnia and Herzegovina then.
Also, but this country will come. No, the thing is, what we wanted to discuss and bring up going upon this is that sometimes schools even discourage people from traveling and not encourage them. So maybe we should try to find a framework where we can bring this concept of international session closer to schools, make them understand why their beautiful kids are going away for 10 days, that it's not the end of the world. And then we get the schools paying.
Thank you. We will take a point by Finland.
We have actually a great change actually that we see as formerly we had a lot of ID students participating on NISs, but now as we stated organization, that we are open for all members.
Can you be a bit louder?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So that being said, because we take whoever wants to apply to our SC, we usually take them into the various height. That being said, we have a lot of students from different backgrounds, but due to that policy, it's really difficult to send these people a lot of despite them is proactive and want to participate, but as we are very well information and per se, but we unfortunately don't actually have the capacity to want them despite our attempts to do so.
Thank you very much. We will take a point by Switzerland, the IO, and then we will return to the proposing entity.
However, I can share what Cheryl has told me about this here, the national coordinator of the islands, and they also expand on that. And what the state is contact and and then they ask them to follow on to travel and participate. So for countries that know that their borders are very fast and not funded, it's not as funded. So
Okay, we'll take the direct response, BVP Norway, who we haven't heard from in this debate.
To push the advocacy, because a lot of it can come out of that, even though.
Thank you very much, BVP Norway. We'll take IO.
Thank you. So I'm going to read you some of the minutes and come back to the earlier point of the debate about making it partially calculated for distance. I just want to maybe inform you of the context that that would be a lot of additional work. And also, I think that the participation fees and the travel costs are also two separate things, and in my mind, they also should be separate. And another point is that the IS is moved, and I think we should be also paying attention to if there is enough offers, of course. Is that the hours are also spread a bit. So in theory, we should also be able to have an IS that is somewhere in your neighborhood, for example, Tunzo, or of course, not in anyone's neighborhood, but in West also really calculating most cases IS being very much in use. I also personally really recommend this kind of sprint. So please, if you are in a location where you can have a lot of ISs, please get in touch with me and let's see what we can.
There's two direct responses. We will take the one by Armenia.
Sure, but coming from an entity who has a struggle traveling to anywhere except from Georgia, it's very, very hard to not take that into account. Also considering that the location of the session also puts additional fees on visa fees, travel fees, and then the participation fee. So the reason why even Carolina covers it is just to elevate some pressure on the delegates. But that also leaves them with around 500 euros of charges when it comes to travel and stuff.
Thank you very much. And we will be returning to the we'll take a point by the GB, and then we'll be returning to the professor again.
Thank you. Very quick. I just wanted to point out that calculating towards where in Europe the IS is being hosted means that we will have to do it 3 times a year. Now that we're going back to IS, instead of having a formalized way to have participation fee, stay more or less the same. If we go with the system calculating for every event, we are putting an extra layer of unexpectedness and insecurity on the NOC. Just from our side, that would be it.
Okay, we will take a direct response by AP Cyprus. Keep it on 20 seconds.
What I propose, laying out the equal tier levels, so we will have to recalculate every time we have an IS. It will be based on certain tiers and certain distance. So, like if it's a distance of 500 kilometers, it's this much of a discount. If it's a distance of 1,000 kilometers, it's this much discount. If it's a distance to go to Australia, then you go for free. So you will have to calculate every time the participation fee, but rather calculate them once a year, how it's done, based on the capital we discussed. And then you would calculate.
Thank you, AP Cyprus. And we will be returning to the proposing entity.
Thank you guys so much again. Very interesting points already brought up. To answer some NC that were asking about implementation and UN student, we do have a travel grant where if you are a member of the student, you can apply for the travel grant and depending on make basically a case for yourself. You tell us where you're going, NC hosting it, receiving money, you're not, why you want to go, how different that's and why you need the travel grant basically. So they make a case for themselves. After that, the program complete, and then they distribute the travel. So in a sense, that was my idea or thinking for this program. But to go back to, which part of this? UK, yeah, I think you started. Chaperones, yes, the chaperones are also very, the prices, for the chaperone are significantly higher, when it comes to the GDP per capita of the NC. And they found to the point where it's less likely that NCs will end up sending a chaperone or a teacher to accompany their they might be easier, might be it's still a lot.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
Sorry. Where am I going?
Uh,
No, take it down.
So, what you talk about, is, the part about how the whole partnership is moved and how it is funded from the municipality, that also works for us as well. Mostly for our regional section, or the national section, we don't need it for the NC, but that also works, and that's what we got. And you actually also have, maybe like report about, grading and the schools, getting more information about ISs, so they understand where they're sending their delegates, hopefully that also will help out financially when it comes to their delegate. Yes, much more as well, really nice to work with the board, IS workers, that also be very nice with, receiving funding for the session. But like just to sum up, there's still, a need, or a better way of calculating participation fees. Since everyone's studying, then it's not, completely pay for a delegation to go to the IS or have them pay. So hopefully, if the working group does have, we would definitely work together on, creating, talking about different ways we can implement this, how we can, put it into policy, how we can come out all policies, and hopefully do so that all parties, IOGP and cities can also all of them. But yes, I think everyone always wants to say it is very interesting and very lovely to.
Thank you very much. This is a very, very long and constructive debate. I hope we shared some practices and ideas on how to solve this task, but there's an additional, yes, when wondering.
If you want, there is still an ongoing conversation in Discord channel.
Yeah, Discord channels always exist. That's true. Keep the conversation going there, but there's an additional mechanism that EYP Sweden has now proposed, which is to establish a working group on international travel grant. Is that a point of order?
Find the real calculation of the participation fees made by Raquel as a document.
Yes, which was posted like even before
Yeah.
the beginning of the BNC meeting in Linda. The formal request, EYP Sweden would like to, you can find it in the channel for this debate. The aim of the working group is to create a policy proposal to establish an international travel grant for the EYP. The mandate will be until the next BNC meeting. There's quite a detailed working plan, which in important parts is like compiling a rough draft by the latest of July, working continuously with the GB and the IO, have the final drafts by October, have like, very specific measures in this policy, and they would like to have 4 working group members. We have the document, it was in the channel.
No, I don't.
No, it wasn't.
I didn't send it.
Okay, sorry. I thought that was already taken care of. So it will be done in a few seconds, so you can actually see the thing that you're voting on. Yeah, okay. Give us some time, and we will give you a minute or so to read through it as well. Okay, you can.
You want the Wi-Fi there? You have the. There you go.
Okay, there you go. Now it's in Discord. You can open it as well. Maybe we can have it on screen somehow, but we don't have Discord here, right?
No, what,
Or mail. But we have the drive.
what do you want?
No, maybe show it on the laptop. Yeah, we'll do that. But we don't have Discord here, right? Or mail. 25th agenda item, update to the policy on delegation, allocation, fairness, and codification of existing practices. Proposing entity being the governing body, spokesperson being Milica. Aim of the proposal reads as follows. The governing body proposes changes to the policy and delegation allocation to align with the current state of the UAP network and existing practices. GB, you have the floor.
Well, this is going to be the first discussion on the delegation allocation policy of the next expected right after this. Ours comes from a standpoint that we believe that some of the existing standard practices we have been codified in the policy itself. Therefore, it's a little history of the proposal, and it's important to know the last time it was changed was before 2019, so before the COVID pandemic. We can move on to Russia. Yeah, so as I said, the proposed changes aim to update mostly the phrasing to be fair, and then realign the incentives to better meet the network's needs and keep up with our ongoing practices. Another big part of why we have brought this delegation allocation policy up for debate to you here is that we want to help and reward our young initiatives with a good starting ground to build their delegations and send them to international relations. That would be producing our Thank you. So the first change is made to Article 2 of the policy, and the proposed phrasing reads as follows: three national committee entities, so initiatives and candidate national committees, receive at least one place at an international session to stimulate the development of the three national committee entities, provided places are available, and undeveloped places can go up to 3. So previously, as you can see to the left, that phrasing included the phrase provided places are available. So we are limiting the uncertainty of whether or not these entities can receive a starting ground to build a delegation. In the new version, the new phrasing is supposed to stimulate the development of three national committee entities and ensure that they have a guaranteed spot in the international session. They can then their delegation later go up to 3. However, I must note when I say up to 3 people, that doesn't mean that when we have spots left over, that we cannot restrict spots that they end up sending more people to the international session. Okay, we can move on to the next one. Yes, thank you. So the original phrasing here said that the executive director determines the size of the delegations according to the criteria provided in the annex of the policy proposal. So the new phrasing would say that yes, the executive director does determine the size of the delegations according to the criteria provided in the annex, which is the little spreadsheet at the end of the policy. However, we also want to make sure that you know that another criteria that goes into this is the data that you, the entities, provide in your census. And this just provides further information in the way you do the calculation, and that it's not out of the frequent, not to the executive director how many people you are given. And just by the annex. Okay, moving on to number 9. Yes. Clause number 9 gives a further clarification of what type of events go into the calculation. So the new phrasing states that the participants of an international session and training and average event fulfilling the criteria 5 to 6 of the annex, or to enter the national committee should not be counted towards the count of persons actively involved for the end. So this is just to determine the number of people who are active in an NC, that to make sure that you gathering delegates for an IS or for an enterprise event is not the same as you have it active NC members. We can move on to the next. In number 11, we add a subclause saying that this is what happens when we have last minute 3 spots available. So how it would go, that the executive director would announce that we do have 3 places. Then the 3 places will be shared equally among the international committees who would reach out to us, or the ED. However, we also wanted to add that exceptions to the distribution of free places could be made by the governing body as well. And then the national committee would not be able to have not more than 15, but not more than 12 places of the session in order for the math and the items to really work. So the existing practice is that the governing body can make exceptions, and we do, and we receive emails and then requests for exceptions, we do try to grant them if it's possible. And here, this practice that we usually do, and then some of you, I'm pretty sure have experienced, is just being explicitly shown in the proposal. The next changes are changes to the annex, to the calculation, to the criteria of calculation. We propose that point 8 of the annex be deleted so that we wouldn't punish entities for not organizing national selection conferences twice, because it's mentioned twice with the criterion 4 and now it's criterion 8 that we propose to delete of the annex. So criterion 8 would be remove this to not create a double sort of punitive moment for these entities. Next one would be that it would be rephrased to say the national committees included the impact of affiliation in their post-event surveys following the format set by the impact framework of the international office getting one spot. So this would be to encourage the use of evaluation surveys. And it would result in +1 spot. This way we can have more harmonized data across the years and improve our census data. And this reflection will be beneficial to the entities themselves to see where they sort of stand. And the last change we propose goes to criterion 9 of the annex. We propose deleting this criterion as having a national strategy is no longer corresponding to the following international strategy. Instead, the measures inside the strategy should be re-evaluated, and this criteria would have to be removed to reflect that. That will be what we propose. We're open to hearing the statements and
Yeah. Norway, Romania, Greece, Norway. Mhm.
Could you louder?
The only thing we are responsible for national committees that we receive because I think that one delegate is not enough because I think even generally for us I have been the first choice for developing and work at NC. And so for especially for the classes NC need to develop it to invest in people that will, you know, bring the entity further. I think it's fair to give them just bring up the maps because if not, then you might end up in a situation where that or the entity relies on one person further than from here. And that's a big risk. So I think that it would be better to mix this with resolve. So
Continuing with that, I want to thank the proposition for this proposal, like it's actually a great nice step forward to help our initiatives in free candidates of the meetings. However, also based on the same great in Norway, and we're talking about we continue to prepare the special case. However, I want to relate with the other agencies. Yes, we do have a board who work includes, but this is because Romania had a pretty stable terms of human resource and see before. However, for like agencies, usually we don't really have that much human resource and they don't want to come up with boards or people to support it. It's the IXs that usually puts front people and will start like so. Incentive people to continue like however, if you grant only one spot, it's kind of that because in the end, we don't know if that one person will get up continue or if you're not, because we know how IS delegates are. So try to as much as possible, give them more chances to keep people in the network. And try to form the next action into, because as far as it is not all the others, we struggle to find people and to find competent people to work with, so like that.
Thank you so much for giving to the Bobby, for giving up this involvement. I'll make a brief proposal I made, so I would like to make the conference to yeah. We support all of the companies that we can looking for adherence to the among the community. Like, that some of the ideas, but I just also for experience in engagement and we got to start with the ideas and the fact that we are funded. That came up with the play, the previous 100. There was so we all experienced, the process when we of the usual process where the delegates will go. The one challenge, one thing we have a statement is we also need to keep in mind your organizations of the other organizations, so the whole thing country to come down with and know that it's a version of them while looking at all their there. And also that, so from there, so there's CP conferences and updating all the events, and the arguments, the BNCs, and on the class.
Thank you. How's everybody going?
I'll be asking. The part from Europe, we will see for your proposal, the secretary guarantee. So the government has the option of one the European defense is also something that we want to mention as well. We do ask them to first on how exactly we're going to utilize it for the proposal. That's very showing us that. Regarding the proposal of the active team members, we will support this proposal as we currently from the NC where active members are quite limited and that the members represented, including myself, and we're struggling to get new people, even the I feel not be represented in different events. And the proposal made by the GE, we also further improve the comparison. So.
Thank you. Moving back to the proposing entity.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm happy to hear that the movement overall is welcome and change, especially the gesture towards young initiative. However, the two questions we received about young initiatives, still like to point out that still in the ultimately in the last bit of the calculation, we still need to prioritize well managed entities. And just to bring, I would like to remind the group that this is the first time that this policy would guarantee a spot for young initiatives instead of young initiatives relying on free spots being available, applying for them. Executive director and the GP discussing the allocation, and then they be contacted again, saying maybe we even have provided a spot and maybe provided one and but not two, however many like. But I cannot speak for every upcoming event itself. But sometimes it becomes likely that there are spots available, and then that is also qualified in the proposal as saying that the governing body has exceptions to the distribution of the places, and we can notice that young entities do wish an extra spot in that would help. But I would just like to clear the situation in the room and just remind you that this should be the first time that it is explicitly said that they have any guaranteed spot that they can start with. I would like to confirm the rest of the points to the executive director because I think that is I see that as space.
Yeah, thank you. If that's protocol, why that is?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. So also I would like to clarify the procedure to when you give the executive director, I'm sure you know that just the first stage staff officer. In case of how it works, you receive your census that is designed to be submitted in time, and we need to use the Saturday and volunteer on this night. Go through the numbers, make it important to the beginning, to be assumed to the tools, most often some comment, and then the balance. In the past, we had never had a case that we would not be able to develop an initiative, but the logic was a proposal either of course, develop national committees. And yes, of course, I agree with Norway, it's fully everything, I agree, but the governance works in a way that we prioritize all of your work and your delegations versus a new initiative. At the same time, now the proposal to really send the signal that they do want to have at least one spot. Like, I mentioned small sessions and lots of way we work with initiatives, we try to allocate other events for them to go to. So that have to be a session. And then about Greece, point about the inflated system around the spot. That is the case for at least 2 decades. There's a solid word, but that's also in the simple event management tool to always inflate the system. So you have plus 20% and cancellation rate, which is in our experience, we have never had the case when the sport will not go down to 120. So it's not unique to EVP national sessions, it's just how the event management of large events works. Because now, here an example from I, we have over 2,000 registrations, and we expect probably 500 people not to show up. So that's why we purposefully play the system for cancellation policy. It's easier for us to manage and and maybe it's going to be based with your insects, the clarifications for this one.
Thank you. Moving on to debate. Debate has a structure added round 1, round 2, round 1 being codification of practices, the clauses. Round 2 is Annex 1 in general. If you have a point that pertains to the codification of practices, the clauses, raise your placards. We'll start with Ukraine, Germany, and Norway.
So our main problem with this would be the point about tenants. It is quite a painful experience to fill it out, but the particular thing here is about the feedback things. I filled out census a couple of times, and I know that the feedbacks are not going in. It is difficult for us to receive enough feedback forms to actually evaluate it, unfortunately. And filling out the census, I kind of feel even ashamed that the stats are just based on 10 responses from all the sessions. So will the evaluation be based on the sole existence of using the evaluation form after the session? Or is it based on a certain professional that needs to be done?
Cyprus direct response. Yes.
It's not around. In my understanding, because it's concerning Annex 1, you're specifically referring to point A of Annex 1. Are we around one around?
Oh, we are round 1 though.
Supposed to be.
Not really time to the annex point, and I think it's bit too broad. When it was placed, because like we were in Cyprus, we have added 7 points last week, and we used the IO format because we can see sustainability, no, the European elections now, and we used the IO format, and we got, let's say, 30 responses, which is the number we got. Does that mean we're no longer needed to have a migration form for the national session because we have a migration form for one of our events? It's not explicitly mentioned which event we're looking forward to actually evaluating if any events or if small events are taken into account or even the national selection conferences count towards the evaluation of an event.
As promised, Germany, then Norway.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a focus from- That- but the somewhat collaborative compared system for flight.
Point of privilege. Speaker.
It's working really well for us. But it doesn't really match the impact framework at all, and I get that we're trying to, get data, but probably we're still finding problems with, it says that the actual impact of the network. But at the same time, for us, it would make our future sessions incomparable to our past sessions, which is bad for us getting funding, us with our reports. And that's the thing.
Thank you, Norway.
So I just go back to I think that just because, the Philippines made a, very difficult for them, unfortunately, the first time of this happening. So that's the doesn't mean that we can't negotiate for more, and try to be more effective. And I still haven't heard any, throughout the provide, their impact being, done and seats more, two additional guaranteed spots, but is it because, there are not, in reality, there will not be that many young and seats at the same time. There will be like two, and that would be maybe 6 extra delegates. The problem is that this would, like those 6 extra delegates will require a lot more fundraising or something for an IS, and that's a practical reason, but then I would kind of try to give a practical reason for why we can't put young entities coming in primary spots.
Okay, remaining about.
On top of that, because you said you monitor that there, but for as far as I'm aware, the IS doesn't fight well anyway, and they don't get extra votes. I know not like about it, then like sure, this was currently would be actually nice, and they not from IC because it's still be fine. But for Americans, that even the same 4 great people, but think like it's something clear like. National community there, I think IS is hard the best. It's a difference between all that I don't know that compared to that is for the problem.
Thank you. We will be taking 3 more points in this round and finishing it off, starting with France, moving on to Croatia and Bosnia.
Yes, we had a question concerning clause 9, concerning training and outreach. Is it because you don't want to double allocate seats because we already are eligible thanks to the annex to some slots? Because just reading that way, we can think, oh, why does outreach people come actively? So just making sure that this is not to double allocate. Thank you.
As promised, Croatia.
Originally, the point was around people already started talking about Acts 1:8, and there has to be logistical clarification, which I already talked with Saskia about privately. When will this be applicable? Because the year already began. So if someone didn't have a post-event form, some of their events that already occurred, they have an inherent disadvantage. So there just has to be a tiny clarification on that, so otherwise we support it. But that is another topic.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
That point, but then when it comes to the clarification of the comments, we support this idea, then this discussion might be kind of going in circles a bit. So we would just say that all these things are good practices that move the network forward and that create a positive working environment for engaging your members through events, through organizing sessions, through feedback forms, etc., etc. Yes, good.
Good. Okay, the direct response from Norway.
We are not gonna vote for this because we want to have the delegate. We're just trying to negotiate for it. It's no, I think that we have think that we have
Also Boston Herzegovina sent a formal request at one point to end the debate early if needed. We are going to start round two, but we will move back to the proposing entity worries. But yes, if it's going to be dragging on and going in circles, I think we will put the formal request to a vote. Moving back to the proposing entity.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for a lot of points. I would like to make sure that everyone in the room knows that, you know, we are open to negotiating. We are not going to make a deal. We're not offering you a deal. Okay. Anyways, there's been a lot of talk of the census, the feedback forms, which you have to take into consideration of the impact framework. With Germany has a very interesting problem of having too many feedback forms. And a lot of questions why not more than one additional, not more than one guaranteed spot is being given to young initiatives, and then we will be Romania, sort of telling us into the idea whether or not we will apply independence as well to young initiatives and or give additional guaranteed spots. And a point appreciated from you with Bosnia and you praise that as well. I would still, even though I would love cancer and I actually all of these have talked way too long, then I would still confer the clarifications to the IO and in terms of the director for more countries.
Okay, thank you. I will go to this close to the evaluation first now in detail because the trade side with Germany has 2 points. And first of all, it's meant to incentivize all of them to use it because this impact framework was developed by qualified consultants who really went with the theory of change for societies, and they do this as a network and how we as a large network collect data together and we come with results to you. But if you have the data, you can then advocate for you and for us, the large network and what we choose achieve in the societies. If you are not doing it, you are not penalized. So that's just very important to clarify. So if you're doing everything else, you receive the spots against how many sessions you do, how many people you involved. So technically, it will not affect you at all if you are not doing it because it's +1 spot and not -1 spot. So that is wording of the annex. Of course, we still want to incentivize it through it. Germany, it's not meant to see, it's meant to, of course, find the base, and that's, I think, it should be case by case. But the data we are mostly interested in is member survey anyway, that's separate, and then a couple of questions. So I'm pretty sure that we could look at your one, to look at ours and find a way how we integrate it and make it easy for you and then for us. But of course, the guarantees have a well-developed feedback system, and if Germany does, we should continue using it because there's a data including it. So that should be a priority if you can use particularly using it. And then you would also like to give a past about the strategy and national strategy. It's very clear that the proposals were not updated for a long time, so it's outdated, but the reason we do this strategy because it's now widely used by all the ATs. 10 years ago, when it was introduced, it was handled an incentive because the network started taking strategy. And all of you started being incentivized, and by now it's been increased to have reached a strategy or national strategy. So that's the same what it was. And then practically to debate in Norway about why to create video first people that make no difference. I think we need to say we could change it, but it's really heavily like reason to buy practical reasons because it seems to be created. So at the moment there are 245 sports. So of course it's just +6 sports, but then we mean +31 sports or +35 sports on top because they're organizing the post, and we just don't want to do it in the policy. We want to have a choice. If there are hotspots, then the initiatives they are prioritized. If there are hotspots, then unfortunately they're deprioritized. And what we were referring and then to verify to young agencies are fully behind agencies, so they have these spots. They are only talking about initiatives and candidates. And of course, now in Europe we have a European special case, which also they have 10 people to send. But in the past, what we had, for example, with the Iceland is a good example, they could hardly find one person to send. Of course, it's a small country in the sea, but that was also our experience that this one sport was not necessarily always easy, or Moldova would be not a good example in the existing national committees. It's not necessarily so easy to find even one person to send, because that's a group of 10 people for establishing the PC. So our experience of initiated transport is good, and for them it's also nice to have a guarantee, and they're working towards it. In the past, it was like we might be doing it, might not be doing it. And for candidates, of course, yeah, I hope it verified most of it. And then for the timing, for the evaluations and registration mentioned, and to write about the outreach. We don't have actually very like answer now. I think overall the expectation is we will be using the funds after each of the events. Only then we have consistent data, but of course if we got it or the data it's okay. If you want like a lot of publicity and seeing like okay, it's delegates, so that will be common sense applied and to the training and outreach, yes, when you brought was that correct? Because it was yeah. Yeah, and that's aspect verifies to the training side.
Yeah, so about the evaluation forms, for Cyprus, I think the reason that it always looks like we have to use it and we can specify not only which event is because we do not want to necessarily penalize national committees and because we have an incentive to start using it. So similarly for Ukraine, the reason we also put it in like more generally is because we don't want to penalize it, we have to be very responsible. We don't want to penalize the international committee with very few people, so we will not really have no responsibility or like low responsibility. So that's why we put it so generally.
Thank you. Moving on to debate round number 2, Annex 1 and general points. We'll be taking a point from Slovenia, then moving on to Serbia.
First, thank you for this proposal. We are wondering regarding the change made with eliminating the strategies criteria. And our question is how will we evaluate, as you said, the measures inside the strategy? Because every entity is very different and their strategy also have very different goals. So we would like to ask how we will evaluate this by being fair and transparent.
Should I respond?
The way we envision this is the same way that we already did outreach, for example, because we're given some data and then the IO asks you to explain what is the outreach purpose of it. So I think if you will get the data and you will end up incentive to try to interpret it, that seems like a fairly sensible and already standard thing we use.
And yeah, can I just
Regular point to the IO.
clarification that expense tracker is by the so if you do still have a strategy, it will be reflected in the census.
Thank you. As promised, EYP Serbia.
How we can actually benefit from how that we want to have a good practice already implemented rather than a little bit of a struggle. We have all and also just like their comment is when or taking this money to the position period of the ethnic board, especially for those who have only started with them. Where they have not been.
Thank you, UIP Serbia. You have a direct response from Switzerland. The Netherlands, Jesus. Points of privilege.
Sorry, taking like 10 minutes before each day, that's in the actual time, so like maybe I have flash for and just have everyone get out their phone and have like a QR code on the screen. And then. Oh, yes, yes, I'm working on maybe. I'm working on the sheet to make it easier to fill in the census data. When I got like the census request or like having to put it in, I was like, do I now have to go through every single section data, like form to see how many males, how many people, how many non-binary people were in this and how old they were and I don't know all this stuff. So we're making like an overview of the thing that I had organized and put in already during the year, so that not at the end of the year, like the new person who's not in like at the session that the census is about, like have to put it in. So when I'm done with that, I will share it. But it won't mind take about.
Thank you. We will be taking 2 more points, Norway and an international office.
On clause 9, where participants in the national budget taking out expense, lower double concept. And I don't find an of participants in the policy, maybe it's in another policy.
Points of privilege, could you speak up?
Yeah, is the participant, like, if the side include volunteers, or they those participants include in this case, because, or at least when I first read it, I would be like, oh, our institution that participants, they don't know. So that was my.
IO.
Thank you. Just to say, I would like to hear more what they could try from this, and we would like to make it easier. First, the part of the policy, please tell us how can we help. My suggestion would be to do a workshop and get the meeting where we can get the change. As well as we could also set up online sessions where we will again go through to explain, and then hopefully that it's interesting to go to questions that will be for us to do that. Our understanding is that the forms are meant to make it easy and streamlined, so that there is no problem with that one transition. Because we use one form for all the events, we adapt it slightly. The data is supposed to be saved in Google spreadsheet, most likely with Google spreadsheet, and then that is, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel for every session, every word is that they can say, and then it becomes a very well expected. And then what the problem for us is at the moment that we have 25,000 participants that we claim be involved in the AIP, but we have data maybe of like 200 of them, how they like the session. We assume that they like the most of the data disease. But this for us, the network will help to understand scientifically what actually did well or not. Thank you.
Thank you. One more, EYP Bulgaria. Could you speak up, please?
Regarding so she's working I think it's going to also be mindful that this very struggling personalities they have to come alone, especially if the session is far away. And that is really we're struggling and that is when they're because we have to see the whole story so I would suggest bringing
Direct response, Switzerland.
Maybe to double down on it, I think also a lot of parents would be less concerned if they were not. Especially if the country is very far away.
Points of privilege, as in speaking up. Could you repeat it and speak up?
Okay. Hear me now? Yeah. Okay. I just want to double down on various points that probably all the parents who also feel more comfortable than make their child abroad if they don't travel.
I won't be taking a direct response from the IO because we are moving back to the proposing entity.
And I can start. Because so many people there is because the state of the people before we suggest we move up to because the idea makes total sense and then I guess I would suggest the votes for it like this and then we could in there we could bring another vote for change and I think meeting that we could also play, but this is a good suggestion to yeah, I would put the point made at the beginning from Slovenia that the strategy factors are part of the things you're filling, so you're not like your work on the strategy is not being overlooked in any way if you fill out the sentence correctly. Moving on to the struggles of collecting post-event surveys, we covered a couple of times in the room. And I agree with Anya that we are, would be happy to host a workshop in the upcoming BNC, or even in the meanwhile as an online conference with Sophia and myself would be more than happy to sit on this and give a little bit more support and hear back from you. There was a question from University Norway about who are the participants, what do we mean by participants of the event. So if you open the full policy as it is right now, you can clearly see that it states that participants are all the members of the official team, delegates and teachers are considered to have been actively involved if they have participated for the full duration of an event encompassing team building, committee work, and the general assembly. So in the policy itself, obviously, because we are introducing different participants, we have to define who our participants is. Bulgaria was it's highly beneficial, I believe, this conversation, really move the conversation forward, and we're happy to have heard this. I do know of cases that once upon a time, a little bit older EYT, there used to be travel buddies with neighboring entities. That is one of the ways you can go around. We highly encourage cooperation within your clusters. So this would be a perfect way to cooperate with international officers from entities of the same cluster. Yes, I believe that would be it from our side.
Thank you. We do have a formal request by UIP France to split the vote and vote on each clause separately. So if you are in favor of splitting the vote,
and we would encourage you just to think about
Yeah.
how to affect the actual vote. Like there will be a lot of voting done.
sorry. Okay, UIP France, could you deliver a rationale behind splitting the vote?
Yeah, we want to speak about because, including ourselves, we agree with a lot of the proposals, but not all of them. And so we want to have a bit of nuance in our votes because we want to accept some into some others.
Okay, so everyone that is in favor of splitting the vote and voting on each one separately, please raise your placard.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can you note them down? It's France, Germany. No, no, keep your placards up just so we have who voted how. Okay, keep your green placards up again,
So-
all of you.
France, Germany, Slovenia, Albania, Belgium, Netherlands, Austria, Czech Republic, and United Kingdom.
Yeah, that's a different number than we had before,
That's on
but
nine.
it doesn't matter because it didn't pass. Okay?
Should I do against? Because
Yeah, we can, but like this hasn't been.
oh, okay, so abstentions. Ukraine, Ireland, Sweden, Greece.
And everybody else.
Everybody else is against.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. So we won't be voting on this separately. We will be voting as a package. So yeah, everyone in favor of changing international.
$30.
Okay, everyone against? Abstentions? Front. Okay, thank you. Fast. And now moving on to
I didn't want to sound to you.
All right.
Order?
So you have to start, we go for change.
No.
No, it's after this one.
After this.
Yeah. All right, we will then move on to the next agenda point 16. Proposed by ERP Croatia. If I could please have silence. Thank you. First of all, we have received a friendly amendment from ERP Croatia. You can also find it in the channel. This one I actually did post. The friendly amendment is like this. I don't know, Igor, you want to present it?
So basically nothing changes, but I told GP and I actually agree with what she suggested, is that I separate the suggested innovation we're trying to put forward from the IS point, so that it would be a separate criteria, so the two different things are not within the same column, but in a different column in the column. So that's the only change, it's just a change of numbers. The content stays the same. As such, important point as well, there is a change of phrasing in terms of network-wide events, right? They said passive and network-wide events, not excluding, of course, the math session, because the prior criteria applies to that. So that's how it's going to work. And can I present now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, you can go. Yes. The aim is to just make it a bit simpler for us. It also incentivizes having the events, while at the same time not having a problem that these events right now count towards your total number of participants in a year. Which means that if you're in the utmost bracket, you will not experience any benefit from hosting, let's say, the summer academy, or the president's meeting, or the media academy, etc. Otherwise, it also doesn't necessarily fit into the participation that you have, because it's, it's also organized by the IO. And it's simpler if you are an MC, not to also fit in the data for that event, but proceed because of all of the hard work from fundraising, organizing, all that. And everything else included, to receive that one added spot, which is less than what the international study pretty much have. We can move on. History none, move on. rationale explained upon. And no, that's changed now for the friendly amendment, so we move on.
Am I moving further?
Yes, sorry, that's like, yes, that's the friendly, this is how it should look like. As a conflict, as in agreement with the GB in terms of the numbering. And that's it, that's really
That was the quickest.
everything I have to say. It's very simple.
This is the quickest I've ever heard you present anything. Thank you for that. We will in that case move on to. We are moving on to statements. I do see a statement from EUP Armenia in our agenda, so we will start by Armenia, followed by Bosnia and Herzegovina.
It is a quick statement as well, so we're keeping their position. Although I congratulate, reputation for the health proposal, we have a bit of concern coming from the Armenia's perspective. Historically, I mean, for the past 3 years at least that I have been on the board, we have been trying to organize the president's, summit, thank you, in Armenia. But for different reasons, logistical, amount of travel reimbursements, funds being granted to only EU member state countries, etc., that has been struggled. So we would feel like there is not that much of a fair opportunity for everyone to get that additional spot. That's what they can bring up. So if we're trying to change the policy to give certain benefits, maybe it would be better to think of something to be objectively feasible for everyone and not limit individual circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yes, I would like to support this proposal and further elaborate on one of the things that we find to be different on this. Although it's not a perfect solution for everyone, obviously some countries have a better capacity, or rather some entities have a better capacity in organizing certain events. At the same time, it incentivizes less active entities who maybe don't have an interest in organizing any network like events, but we don't see it. They might get incentivized through this to organize it in order to raise their IS funds and to raise indirectly and directly the engagement that their members can have with them. So basically, to go back to the initial point is that we believe it's not only the more active entities who will benefit. Positive example being UIP Germany, and but it would also incentivize less active entities to participate and maybe step out of their comfort zones in order to organize such events.
Thank you very much. That was a minute short. Amazing. I do not see any more statements, so we will move on to the debate. This debate has just one round, it's a general round, and I see a point of, I will return to your Croatia. I'm so sorry. You have.
Yeah, thank you. And we already had a back and forth here, something that I would just like to clarify. Thank you, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and thank you, Armenia, for that concern. It's a valid concern. The thing is, there is no criteria that can determine this, which is going to be more objective, because also when it comes to international sessions, we've seen some NCs within the, let's say, 6-ish years, the last 6-ish years, have had 2 items and have none. So it goes again back to those capabilities. But this goes back to smaller entities also having big, but also the bigger entities, if they want to do something. But that, it's also easier for all of us to fill out a census form if you're in the NOC, right? Because you don't do that event, you get the benefit of doing that. Certainly, the problem is distance, but it's for any IS. I do not need to remind us about all the discussions we've had about some IS and their locations in terms of how far it is to travel. So, yeah, these are negative remarks. I don't agree with that in terms of like traveling and how distant it is. It should be as negative as possible, but on average, we find it to be more fair to give this incentive as opposed to, someone putting in the work, putting in the hours, staying hungry, devouring, and then not getting anything necessarily in return. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ivar. In that case, we will move to the debate round. That will be one round and will be a general round. We'll start by the IO, followed by Armenia. You're right.
Thank you very much. always great to see that it is the policy, and I would like if everybody will say about opinion from our side, and what I would like to verify, and give you an example. The example, the recent call for the president summit, for the summit. Each case is receivable in one application, and each case is granted or fully funded over the entire event. And of course, with the president country, it's true, because it's already 15 countries who could apply, but still out of 15 countries of one country, and probably the distributor for taking the hosting for the fashion event now, to be linked. So that the thing might be for sure the source, and then for the review, of course, I also like to start with the basis project that we had for the strategic practice for the last 10 years, and we did have such projects. So I think this is still something else where there is benefit and improvement finding to involve more members. So I think also very good to argue on fairness levels. And of course, any institute who brings forward the money and says, actually, we have all the money in the world to bring the sunlight showing to our country. That's it. I think that's a done deal. So it's also right. So I guess you also can do that. Maybe getting the system to make it help, and therefore, yeah, there are the options.
Thank you very much. Armenia, are you withdrawing your point? Okay. Then I will take a point from European Sweden.
Thank you. Your community just want to say that, we like this, project, thank you for bringing it up. We think that it is a nice start to motivate and see, take on these trainings, disperse the different trainings and summits and whatever, so, go to different countries and, travel around the, we also think that one spot is pretty fair. And just a question for the computer, two spots, that would make, one of the, that always on the criteria, say, 8. So then would they be able to have 10 spots for their allocation? That was it.
Thank you very much. I'll take a point from the IO.
To the response, I guess.
Then you will have the right response.
No, doesn't matter. So there is a maximum, so first we will take all of them, and then there is a priority order all that over score. So if there are some seats who are overachieving, then there is the first priority to allocate an extra sport, provided it's available.
Thank you very much.
So you can't go over.
Thank you very much.
Can I add?
Yes, you can add even more.
Because my excuse, there's an opportunity, and what the Croatia said about examples of international settings. If you insist here, who probably Germany would be one of those for sure, who had an international session every 4 years, so they had probably posted in total 15 international sessions for 100. And during this year, the rule have not applied months, even though there are some economically well open systems. I'm not saying the name, it's more than I'm saying with the risk to bring up. If we have a competition for international sessions, and we have a lineup of the hosts, so that's all fair, but I think it's also fair to mention that the law of organizing of actually that is distributed as a network. So therefore, this incentive is very well.
Thank you very much. I see no more placards in the air. Now I do, governing body.
It's the maximum amount, so if you go back to the policy proposal you had just voted on, that would be.
Thank you. Albania?
I guess we're all talking about the maximum here, but where Albania is receives the least amount of delegates to international sessions, would like to ask, what about the -1 spots? Will there be like a minimum as well? Instead of the maximum, so like currently 73, but there are also like some -1 spots. For example, less than 100 people are actively employed by the work of BNC annually. So we're automatically -1 spot on that. Would that mean that we're going to send 2 delegates in the upcoming event or in the state group?
Thank you. I'll give a direct response to Bosnia Herzegovina.
Direct response and point of order as well, this It's not the policy proposal, this policy has absolutely nothing to do with negative spots. This policy proposal is just incentivizing entities to organize network events.
I know where you're coming from. The table that is shown after the thing in the proposal booklet is how the current policy would look like if we accepted the proposal. But the policy proposal itself doesn't touch upon it, and actually, there is a minimum already, but it's free. You cannot have on the free, and I know it's interesting.
Thank you very much. International Office?
As we have the time, I still answer, it's free for the meeting room, and the idea of the system would be to still make it that every single young person's own ACAS and everything. So we are not driven by this idea that we exclude young people from the role.
Thank you. I see no more placards. I will return to the proposing entity.
Thank you all. I think that already almost everything pointed out was clarified, so thank you, I thank you, TP. Thank you to Sweden, thank you, Florida. And Albania, thank you for that point. Yes, that's the format. So I don't really have anything to respond to. I think everything was already responded to, and I think most literally the argument here is that we remove a part of our work here. It's a bit less work. You organize this, you get an extra slot that's much easier to calculate than report everything, the gender balance, the nationalities, the number of participants, the ages, etc. So less work, more incentives, probably more benefits and more of an equitable access to these events to find pushing that forward from having more than one applicant for these kind of events. And that's it.
Thank you very much. In that case, we will move on to the voting. Since it's a policy and international relations, a relative majority is needed. So everyone in favor, please raise your placards. Okay, how much you get? Okay, against Armenia. That is one, and abstaining Portugal. Thank you very much. With that, I think I can easily say that this one has passed. Congratulations on that. We're now having a break that will last for 10 minutes until 1:15. Please be back here and ready to discuss. Does Henning have something to say? Henning, you now have something.
Yeah, just very quick, during this break, we will get some merch over here. This will be one of their last chances to do so. We will take sales tax to NC. Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Be back in 10 minutes and seated. Then I have to do on that. How much are we behind?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we continue. Next agenda item is change to the charter, strengthening democracy and removing gridlock and co-decision procedures. Can you please tell the people in the back to come inside or be silent? Come inside or shut up. So we will be starting with the change to the charter, strengthening democracy and removing gridlock in co-decision procedures. This was proposed by Republic of Herzegovina and Croatia. Spokespersons are here. Amazing. You can find it on the page 51 of the meeting booklet. People in the back, stop talking or come here. Thank you. So, change to the charter, strengthening democracy and removing gridlock in co-decision procedures, proposed by Republic of Herzegovina and Croatia. We have that on the meeting here. You can find it on the page 51 of the meeting booklet. And I will give the floor to you to present the proposal. Yes.
Yesterday.
Wait. No. No. The date was, yes, we will just add it very quickly in the slides. Can you make that real quick? But yeah, we have it posted on Discord? No, okay, we will do that as well. Okay, but in the meantime, can you start delivering your proposal, presenting the proposal to us? Yeah, you can get the ball rolling and we will catch up to you. Yeah.
Can we have this slide?
Yes. Are we good to go? Yeah, okay. I will just move the slide somewhere else. Okay, here we go.
So the aim is that right now, we can have a gridlock in terms of disagreements between the two entities in terms of decision. Meaning that there is no decision, there is no decision, there is no operational decision. So what we reject, and if there's something passed on from an entity, from NCs, by the BNC and by the BNC, and be there, right? But what happens then is that there are certain instances where follow-ups do not necessarily come. And what happens then is precisely what we're thinking, no. So to avoid not having anything, there is such a high democratic need, want, wish, vote for something. The idea is to check if there's still another such. Pretty move to the next slide. Another such need, want, wish. At the next meeting, on the next slide. At the next slide. At the next meeting, 5/2 majority. So a super majority, meaning that for everything that where we can have this kind of, we're not accept the charter, we will need to have a reconfirmation vote to reinstate this kind of democratic want, wish, need, vote, right? And that's the gist of it. It's fairly simple in terms of what it would change, and it's based on these rationales of increasing efficiency, legitimacy, but also when we don't see eye to eye. This is one of the ways to resolve it. We have two extremes of accountability. We're not going to say if we don't have confidence in the they have to pay. But if not, how can we move forward? And this proposal will do that.
When it comes to the proposal itself, if you could have the amended version, I think somewhere there. Yes.
All right, I just need to refresh the slide. Just give me a second. Yeah, but it's here. So it's a new clause either way.
Yes, it's a new clause either way. It's basically what people just said. To cut it short, BNC makes a decision, it gets accepted, let's say, that gets rejected in the co-decision procedure. Then at the next BNC, you submit a policy proposal to overrule the decision from the previous BNC. This can only be done at the next BNC, so you can't go back and say something that was 7 BNCs ago. You can only do it at the next BNC. The friendly amendment is this proposal is exempt from the co-decision procedure. This does not relate to this proposal that we're voting on today. This relates, should this pass and should this be allowed and approved in the co-decision procedure, any future proposal that is overruled, even the decision procedure, technically, if you submit without this friendly amendment, it could get gridlocked again in court. So this is just a clarification that this does not mean that this proposal does not get approved in the co-decision procedure. It does if it gets passed between the majority or more. It is any future potential overrule. And we intentionally made an exception from the charter because we believe that the charter is the fundamental document of the whole organization. And in that case, we are leaving the courtesy procedure for every single thing. Meaning, if the BNC and the governing body disagree on something in the charter, well, what, let's agree and come to the next BNC with something that we agree. So this is just for policy changes, et cetera, charter is accepted. And the intended outcome, basically, this is just giving the BNC another democratic tool. If the BNC is very passionate about something, and if the BNC wants something passed, and they hear that, they bring it up at the next BNC as well, so they get what, the full decision procedure, we are giving the BNC more tools. Because currently, as you were said, you either have two extremes of accountability. One is we fully agree 100%. Second one is vote of no confidence. We're not gonna vote a vote of no confidence because someone does not agree with the full decision procedure. That would be pardon my French, stupid. Doesn't make any sense. So we're just adding more democratic tools to the table that the BNC can use. Doesn't have to, can. Thank you.
We will be opening the floor for any statements. In the general setting poll, we had Norway, but anybody else who wants to make a statement, you're more than welcome to. Okay, we'll start by taking EYP Norway. Can it be 2 minutes? Yeah.
Yes, sir, thank you. In principle, we find it very helpful to incentivize, to give an explanation when we do, we're more than happy to by the BNC. We do still have one major problem with this proposal, which is the presupposition that the BNC is more elected than the DD or hold more than actually dignity. We believe to be wrong. We believe that the DD is elected to a more democratic process, while in this representative, maybe have very degrees of legitimacy matters behind our mandates. Therefore, we believe that the DD holds just enough compatibility with information more evidence representation. And as the both the DD and the BNC are important bodies dealing with issues in the network, they should hold the same power in policies making policies. And also, I have something. One of you based that history shows that NCT was indeed to vote in line with their national opinions. In our experience, that is a part of the issue. As a lot of the discussion means they're very complex, and therefore it's just more or maybe people on board to actually have that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this well-timed statement. We'll take Azerbaijan.
We like to support it because the benefits that are on the spot. And I've seen it, we do some extra. From 2 years ago, so this is very likely and the main thing. We that this get implemented and then also restore communication on the
Thank you, Azerbaijan. We will take governing body and then we will return to the proposing entities.
Thank you for proposing entities for proposing something to potential. Thank you to the proposing entities for proposing a potential solution to one of the problems that we think that it is not a solution that a lot of people might tell me that you might be understanding that we have a complete research maybe that so instead of trying to research or overloading research. In this case, it's a controversial topic. It's a body that's elected by half by the NC and half by the members. It's a body entirely opposed to something and also is one against the opposed to something.
That's a question to be asked, but when, there are specific that happen in the past, maybe not every single time, but when there were the contact, proposing another proposal that would be aligned with, what the proposal entity wanted to, and what would be best for the network. So that's also something you suggested we want to work together by maybe using, on things. And the already is incentivized to the explanation to decisions, the explanation to every single decision that happens, every single decision that we make, we can already overrule it. So also the BNC, decision that we take, explain to meeting minutes that we have, or the email that we send separately. As very comfortable for BNC, but from the other area, we have to give explanation. And in terms of democracy, I also want to ask, with the proposal against the BNC, we okay with a body that's elected by you and its members to overrule a decision that speaks that with them. So that will be fair in that case. Like, propose something and then you propose that, can you go on and something like that? Because I think this will be for everything was necessary, that whole discussion. So we are trying to see that it was and how we solve it.
Thank you very much. Returning to the proposing activities.
Thank you for the three statements. What I do with Norway is concerned. History does tend to show that, because if we get themselves other members, we usually tend to represent those opinions, at least in the examples of the NCs I talked to and in the experience that I have of talking. Very rarely have I seen an NC consult their members and then disagree with their members. You know, members can disagree, but if a long majority of input is, yes, we like this or dislike this, that's probably going to be your own position. And as far as democratic legitimacy, there is not a single sentence in this which says this body has more, this body has less legitimacy. What we're questioning is the legitimacy of the process by which you have one Democrat, both bodies democratically elected through different means, which are supposed to represent, generally speaking, interests of the network, some one way, some in another way. And what happens that you can fairly easily have a gridlock. And why is that the case? Because we're not at an arm's length. The GB is a bit more powerful than this. You are here to partake in that, we don't partake in our meetings, we're not asking to do that. So consider that at an arm's length approach, everything is equal, and then what the GB has suggested would make logically speaking more sense, because otherwise we can have a gridlock which is more easy to happen from one side as opposed to another one. And when we look at history and some proposals that have been proposed from the GB point, that were proposed by the GB, yes, these have happened, but these were highly polarized conversations about, well, I call the topic, for example, exit taxes, you know, the participation contribution that we talked about during the COVID years. Yeah, the BNC kind of there, but ever since then, there hasn't been any sort of a profound gridlock there. And as far as other gridlocks are concerned, that's the problem. Gridlock in any sensible parliament procedure provides for a gridlock resolution. The European Parliament has it, practically any national parliament has it. And that's the point. This is one way. We can ask the question, further follow up. Yes, the GP does issue decisions. These decisions are not, you know, elaborate paragraphs of why or why not. It's a simple email. We have to agree with that. And then what do we get out of it? We get low to the forward, and the problem is here. How can we go for that? And in spirit of operation, again, the GP can explain as it next means in this decision if someone is passionate enough to bring it up again, because this is just having a tool, not saying yes. And then also the question with the GP about this, possibly we not happy.
Please wrap up. Okay. We will open the floor to the debate. It is structured in 2 rounds. general clarifications and then a general one, which means like general. So we'll start with the first general round of open debate. We'll start by taking somebody who didn't have a statement, which is Faith.
Yeah, so I just wanted to thank both the proposing entity and also the DB for the response. It was very interesting to hear both sides, and we're a bit in the middle, to be completely honest. But we did think there was quite some merit in the argument the governing body made surrounding the fact that it doesn't sound like a very EYP solution to immediately go to an overruling of a proposal when we disagree. So we were thinking maybe it would be nicer if we would come to something like where a couple of members from the BNC and the GB could maybe work together on like alternative proposals, the same way that some of you know happens like in the European Parliament when the Council and Parliament disagree, you know. And I think something like that would be a very like typical EYP solution where we could maybe try and find a consensus and move forward from that point rather than overruling straight away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a direct response by the governing body.
Thank you, Ivan, for that out. In fact, that's what we are doing, what we try to do, but the initiation of mediation or whatever you want to call it, working together to achieve a better proposal can be started from either side. It's not only GB's responsibility to initiate it, but it's also the proposal making responsibility to initiate it. Even before coming to the BNC, if something is being proposed for the first time, we highly encourage proposing entities to contact us or in consultation. It doesn't mean that we do agree with it or do disagree with it, but we try to give the input that would be best for the expert. As well as say it's completely up to the proposing entity. And when something is discussed here at the meeting, that if there is something that the GB disagree with, so it's not implemented right away, we try to contact you, but you can also contact us about how to improve it for the next BNC and how to discuss it better with everyone here. So that's already been done. We would like to see it being done even more and more.
All right, we will take a point by EVP Switzerland and then Ukraine.
Can I get a show of hands if you were not at any of the BNC meetings in 2023? Wait.
Yes.
Raise your hand if you were here.
Okay. Raise your hand if you don't know maybe next year. Okay. He tends to be a rather, I don't know, but there's lots of change. So we don't know exactly what the mechanism would be, so it's harder for us to know what will happen, it's also harder for us to know what happened previously, and to stay on one project for a long time. Because maybe next week meeting has something up here, have the people go there, or maybe people, and they have to get very, we discuss to a very great degree, right? And then if a group was never heard from this before, it has to basically be for what the GP said, which is a very same point. I think that could be destabilizing to the network.
Thank you very much. There's a direct response by EVP Armenia. We'll take it.
Because many of the proposals have certain historic backgrounds that many people simply don't have as long. It is our to get us to speak to all as board members on the topic, on the matter, and the proposal entities are all rationale. And based on the possibility of the BNC, it still remains one of the main representative bodies of the network, despite the changes of the people representing the entity. So just having things stop because we change is not that much.
Thank you very much. As promised, EVP Ukraine.
Thank you. We're not yet expressing any position on this statement, however, we would like to clarify. Was there ever a case where BNC did strongly disagree with governing body overruling an explanation? Thank you.
Can you repeat it again?
Was there a case and what was it?
You can direct response for now. What? When BNC did not agree with the governing body overrule.
Okay, there's a direct response with Cyprus. Who was first?
Building on what was said before that about the uncertainty of the BNC.
That doesn't respond to what was said. Okay. If you have an example, give the example. If not, it's not a direct response.
Even if we don't have, I don't have a data right now. Based on the uncertainty of the BNC, we do not know that in the next BNC, in 6 months, that us as the national committees will have the same interest and we will want to vote for the same things, or we won't want to vote for the same things.
Thank you very much. We'll take a point by Germany.
Like, I'm pretty for any of you and you understand. Both on the performance and things in terms of how well we can explain what we want to say is very much down because it's not particularly representative. Anyway, like by us all and by a lot of our members. We should grant power from the only action that actually elected by all members that could be instituted in our.
Direct response by Christian.
There's no power of grab, but there is another tool. And in order for you to assume another tool here, if you want to assume such responsibility, put that forward, we have another discussion. That discussion, you already said that it could be the people that are listening. It needs to go again for that extent. So it's a little redundant to say there's a power grab, there's such a refresh of democratic legitimacy, while at the same time, it's just an opportunity. It's not something mandatory, it's not something that's going to be there for all of you. It's not people can accept the fact that it's about moving very long.
Can you wrap up your direct response? EVP Norway.
Because we do think that by extension, when we talk about which body should hold more power or if they should be able to basically organize for this process, this is about democratic legitimacy and then about the power grab, like what the German said. However, we would like to be focused on how we can find new solutions, like how we find the besides the law. As we don't see a result, like removing the result or removing the process as basically like it's at all in alignment with our strategy organization for the response.
Thank you very much. We'll take a point by the GP and then return to the proposing entities.
So far, the discussion has been, it was energized in a way that it's just so at top and that can happen, but somehow it's also pointing down to our power imbalance, saying that we are more power over it. Yes, it changes because, well, you all elect us, but we do not elect you. You can take us out of your meeting if you want to. But you can help me with say it makes sense. So there are different things that happen there. Decisions, any decision that you take, you can already overlook it, but you have to pay for it. It's a decision making thing. That's what co-decision is. But what I'm trying to say is that what's the focus of this debate? Is it power imbalance? Because I think that should be solved in a different way, or is it solving the grid law? If it's solving the grid law, then why don't we consider trusting the responsibilities of all parties, all GD and BNC, all contacting each other about how to make it and solve and find a common ground? If you do not trust, we can manage any of the words to do that. That's what they're doing. So would this proposal actually consider an amendment for this?
Okay, we would return to the proposing entity anyway, so you'll not get your direct response, but respond to the debate.
The direct response does on that.
Just start your response to the debate. Thank you very much.
Just in terms of what is discussion about the process itself, And a process inherently consider whether we have an arm's length approach. You cannot say that the confidence we have a completely arm's length approach. That's as far as you being picked up. That's another democratic tool. How often is it used? Rarely. Why? Because we don't find it's really the need to do it. And the rationale is the same for this. Moving on to that.
Yes, you know, to the point that was brought up by UIP state, that it's not a UIP solution. We agree, but we need to be a functional organization that operates in 40 countries. So sometimes we require something that is not a UIP solution, but a functional solution when it comes to streamlining the process on a more technical aspect. When it comes to the point that was brought up by Switzerland regarding people changing their business and we want to be, today on the things that are happening, yes, very valid. But two things. First thing is everyone who comes in the PNC has a responsibility to either get briefed by previous board members, speak up on all the material, et cetera. And certainly the PNC boards beautifully created a framework to ask questions, and I think this is done in a very nice way. And in that spirit, having other representatives can be refreshing. Why? Because then we have people who were not there, people who did not participate in the discussion, and then they can create a discussion again and actually understand, is this something that we want to go through? Is this something that we want to go? And in this way, we get a new pair of eyes, but in this case, at the little BNC, we can again discuss, is this something that we want to do? When it comes to the point in Ukraine, I didn't really understand it, to be completely honest, because we are talking about the GB disagreeing with the BNC and not BNC disagreeing with the GB. So I personally don't think it's relevant for this discussion. Norway, is this about democratic legitimacy? Yes, but not democratic legitimacy of the bodies, meaning GB and PNC. It's about the democratic legitimacy of the whole process that we have. So we are not saying one body prefers more and blah, blah, blah. No, it is about the democratic legitimacy of the process that we have, the processes that we respect as the BNC meetings, through all the policies and the charter, et cetera, et cetera. One last point, in the essence of time management and in the essence of something that you already asked, open-ended question, if this is either way going to get blocked by the GB, then we can put in a formal request to end the debate early enough to say that.
Okay, we will have the second round of the debate. I would on my side ask you to not discuss matters of knowledge management and transfer of what the NC is doing in terms of international governance to the next board. Like, do you start from zero when you have on events, on your NC strategy and stuff like that? I think you should have the same approach towards international governance. We don't start from zero every board change, but rather focus on the proposal merits itself. We will start by taking the point by UAP Czech Republic.
I don't point out that there are certain agencies that do not have stabilized procedures for the transition of the government. And I think I
will cut you off. We were not taking points on this. We're taking points only on co-decision gridlock resolution. Point by UAP Belgium. Can you speak up?
Oh, yeah, we're about to merge the staff network, that's starting like the democracy, more values, like the effort. We do have like one word, so we are implementing the time management of this situation, so bringing up a decision or like a change, a charter change, from previous to efficient policy, moving out on the opinion, slow the democratic process in a way. So, this is our biggest worry, and, if you propose an entity, it's convinced that it's not the case, and concern, I can.
All right, we'll take Switzerland.
I would like to point out, they also mentioned this briefly earlier, but in European politics, we have other, especially because they have this another, there are other options for trade revenue. And these are not provided with because certainly I would like to assume that because not I wouldn't have it by it's because they have clean engines and they have I don't want to like say oh the time
Can you be a bit louder? The minute taker cannot catch you up. Can you be a bit louder?
So first, there are other then we should stick to those and not try to solve
Thank you very much. There's a direct response by, I first saw EYP Spain, so take it to Spain.
Yeah, just very quickly add stuff that I think that is very important, like the debate is very much like 4 minutes, said, like, I think it's important to realize that when the JV does something, like they don't do that because they don't like, because they want to pass it, means, you know, there's also argument behind that. And given that both are democratically elected in some ways, I think it makes much more sense when you're saying move towards a more conciliatory approach than either overrule or.
Thank you very much. We'll take a point by Serbia.
Therefore, it is the right way causing conflict. It's the same time from starting over again. And it's also organized that like really something that was already throughout the same time throughout the
Republika Herzegovina, direct.
This what just said is the whole point of the proposal. It's not you have used this democratic tool, it's not you did every single meeting or every single decision. Every single co-decision that is not made, it is to express a very strong opinion from the BNC on a certain matter. Is it going to be used? Probably not. Is it a democratic tool that we are offering? Yes. And we proposing? Yes. So it doesn't need to be used. It's not going to be used every single BNC.
We'll take a point by the United Kingdom.
United Kingdom is all about the things that haven't taken about it, but we may not necessarily use them. We still anyway to have. I don't think that there will be 2 consecutive debates on this, one the first BNC and then the BNC. Following that, you know, there's a lot of time for discussion. If there is no review for the BNC, regardless of the big body that, you know, relevant attention, but having these institutions and balances in place allows is better than not having.
Thank you very much. We'll take a third response to this point by Germany.
This is like this proposal is not, you know, saying that we can express our opinion more strongly. It is saying technical rule. This is literally removing checks and balances from another democratic body, which I don't think we should do. And I think we also shouldn't put in a position where they have to do something in order to preserve their own legitimacy within the network, which is on the
We'll take Cyprus.
I don't know if it's mentioned, like, after we just let the proposal.
Louder.
Oh, we just let the proposal, first of all, it doesn't reflect on charter changes, so we are not taking the power away from the GB in that certain aspect. And then for the BNC, it can only be overruled in the next meeting, which would constitute that, delegate moment. Which again does not take the power away from the GB, it just shows that the BNC, the people mandated for each country with a majority of vote from the members of the country and not by MCs and members as well, that have lots of different interests, want to have something passed as a policy and not a challenge, something that can be overruled with a new policy as well. So I don't see the reason why we're discussing basing about taking the power away from the GB, because we're not. More policies can be passed on top of other policies. That's what we're doing here. We're discussing changes, amendments, and new policies.
Okay, this is a response by UAP Germany, brief. Speak up, please.
Policy side, all the people that I are the documents that we has to follow, and we have to follow the same documents unilaterally. The democratic process of consideration.
Okay, we'll take a point by EVP to here.
No.
Okay, then we won't. Take a point by EVP Norway, and then go to the GB.
Thank you. I would like to express support for what you are doing said. And then further, when it comes to the reading of voting on this, and this because of the individual block it, I think that's not good. I think should be voting on this. I think it's a very important topic. And put quite a bit of time on discussing it now. I think we should not follow this early and not just because we think that's something.
All right, direct response by EVP to here. Yes.
Agreeing with what the working already said, the assumptions cannot be taken into consideration when we're talking about a co-decision procedure. So just because we think they will maybe not agree with this, we exactly should go into the discussion of this. So thank you, for bringing this up.
And finally, the governing body.
So, the reason why we like the government by the at the end of each round is probably to give you a way to express your opinion without being influenced by TV's opinion. We also try to do this without other topics. I'm not sure if that was.
That's why we give GB always the last point.
This is very hard. So we value what you think about it, even though we might certainly have different opinions. We want to hear what you think about it. So if you want to hear what we currently on this, I would not do this until unless you want it. Do you? Okay. Then we need to save time, but we don't. I don't know what we're doing this, but to save time and to maybe steer to the direction of conversation. Of course, it helps support such an undemocratic solution. I'm sorry, because it's taking the power from the Japanese body to. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me. So it's basically taking away power from the governing body when we are supposed to make the co-decision. And the same time, also will be the paper governing body. If we propose something, we don't like it, and we oppose to it, and we don't overrule the officer. We don't answer. So I think that will also be something that a democratic way. Also, there was a question about other solutions that was brought up by everybody, but also by other entities that was not answered. Why don't we consider other solutions rather than going so strictly into this to make this a mandatory procedure? You can already mandate governing bodies to consult and contact the proposed entities of the proposals that we proposed to make better, proposal for the next time. So I don't really see why this has to be on the yes, there's a problem, that could be a problem, but there are other solutions. And, we could also just yesterday, we trust anybody, or nobody trusts PNC, we trust each other. I don't see the trust here. I'm sorry, if people think what has been said so far. I think there should be a trust-based, working procedures, all of this. So if there is a mistrust, we can still mandate other one of the bodies to initiate the mediation and working together, process.
Thank you very much. We'll take a direct response by the United Kingdom, and then we'll return to the proposing entities.
Thank you very much. This is probably a question you may want to answer in the course of our conflict, but judging from your opinions, if this was passed, would you then go into it? So, well, just to be more clear, by the sound of your opinions, if you disagree with the resolution, if this was for this proposal, if this was now passed, say unanimously, would you go ahead and veto it? I don't think you can respond by direct response.
Yes, we will grant this direct response. I think there's interest in it in the room. Guys? Okay?
I already tried to signal the answer to this, so I think they sent it the answer. We haven't discussed any proposals, in detail, but the discussion we had so far before coming to this, the meeting was that we are not supporting the solution to the problem. Another solution, we would love to see it, but we're not supporting this, so even if you approve therapy, doesn't mean that you call the title.
Okay, we'll return to the proposing entities.
Yes, to address the last thing.
Yes.
immediately, our proposal was called a non-democratic move, direct vote. But at the same time, what you're saying is something very non-democratic, which is, I'm gonna watch it.
Okay, to be fair, you asked for that.
Yes, yes.
You got what you wanted. So don't criticize them giving an answer.
No,
Okay. Okay.
To go from that and talk about something that was called, I would like to talk about the language used, because it would be good to bring temperature a bit down by doing these three things. Number one, calling something undemocratic and saying it removes power from you, when it would not remove power from you to adjudicate on things and only revisit the matter at the BNC, where there would be a completely another process, meaning again another discussion, as was said, with somebody's perspective, means only one thing, and that is that we have a lot of reconciliation happening at that meeting, and to all reconciliation points, we can have it at that meeting. And the point is in reconciliation, if we're not a part of the first 365 days in the year, like European Parliament, where you can have dialogue to start informal, but also if once a resolution fails, you can have it back and forth with meetings and meetings which are formalized procedures. Insofar the council has not acted right in terms of procedures and case law. These procedures exist. Sure, we can talk about other ways and means. We're open to discussing that. But the problem identified is something that no one can reject, and we have to go extreme. So where is this middle that we want to find? Someone referenced the middle, I think it was Spanish, right? Yes, right. And as far as assumptions are concerned, we have no assumptions involved here, that's why we asked the question. In terms of answering the GB questions, subsidiary proposals, we said we would love to hear them as well. We have this one. And as far as some other questions were asked, yes, we have tried to answer them. I would love to answer everything in 5 minutes, going through every single aspect and detail, but we have time constraints. So we do have the same. So that's why we cannot answer everything in 5 sentences. And moving on to the UK, yes, it's a bit problematic because there's not an arm's length approach. But there's not power and balance per se. But the problem with a lot of will the GP be able to do that the same for the BNC? Well, are we at GP meetings to make our point? So why do we disagree? We are not. Hence the arm's length argument. And that's the big difference here. it, and any sort of reconciliation would be managing some people from here, some people from the GP to hash something up. Sure, you can have that, but I would love to hear a proposal, a complete proposal on that, if that is something we need to be more considerate and do better. So we're also in these kinds of, ideas. We have this proposal, but again, don't say there are other solutions, but nothing has been compromised to that extent. We're completely open to it. I would personally love to hear all of that, but also when yesterday we were encouraged about both variants, they were also criticized. And as far as trust debate, there were a lot of variants. As far as trust is concerned, we brought the public debate yesterday, if you want to enhance the system, have a better understanding. So to say that we go against it is not a case here, because why would we act out of bad faith? What is our stake here? Budget facility a better understanding. And then that's the bottom line here. So we can categorically reject the assumption that we're bringing something about of bad faith or mistrust. If we mistrust, we would suggest a political confidence, or perhaps in the concrete example, very cheap policy.
Nice, nice. There's no direct response because this is a no. This is end of the debate. This is at the end of the debate. We are approaching the vote, and we will vote on this as was proposed. Because
Because it could severely impact the. Because it doesn't feel like fair, but it doesn't feel like closer.
no, this is for they cannot hear you. But okay, can you repeat again?
Questions that we could answer, the proposing entity, we would like to give factual answers before the vote.
I couldn't respond back to that as well.
Then it
Yes,
would be on-
but they are the last one to respond. Okay.
Okay, so, thank you. I want to say that this something this discussion on this board, just because we said that we are currently not, doesn't mean that we want, approve it. It doesn't mean that we want anything to solve the solution and make it, because everything for something, if this doesn't get, approved by all of the, body. So in case of the wording that were used, I think what we showed here, giving value to each one of the, and these consensus opinions shows how much we value this proposal, how much we value everything that was said here. And I would also like to disagree with that where extreme case, no one said they were too extreme. There were also people who pointed out that this was cognitive making procedure and something that was violated from a one-sided amendment was also argued, so there were also different thoughts about it, so I want to clarify that as well. And by taking away from overruling definition is not taking away power. It's not silent. It is not caring about what the network says, what the TV says, what things that is a lot of things. I don't know what is that. But I want to also highlight that we always have the power to sometimes ask to get consultation. Like anything, if you think that we have to work, any copy, we get a paragraph of explanation throughout the minutes that we have, throughout the email that we send, and if it's that not enough, we can always contact and ask for more. Yesterday, we had a TV update, opportunity, but that's not the only opportunity, we can always contact, they're always called, you're everywhere, so that would be, a way to move forward. Remembering that there was a mention about, asking interest and giving information, some, opinions on your meeting, here. We could also open a slot for GD meetings for you to come and ask us questions when you want, if you want it. So far, we haven't seen any interest, but if that's something you want, we're more than welcome to do that.
I would ask you to wrap up your point.
What I'm trying to say is that just because there isn't this specific law doesn't mean that there is a solution to this, there is a solution to this, there are other solutions that can be done. You can implement, you can mandate a specific solution to be, occurring as well. That's also, a way to go move forward. But you already have it covered, I think that's the thing, the lack of information, you don't be like this. Please, you get the information from the BNC or from GD, you're more than happy to explain everything to you, and you should also, if you're part and provide to the process.
We will return to the proposing entities as we agreed to previously.
To get back on topic, I will interpret that as walking back from the mistrust statement. If I understood you correctly, that you're walking back the statement of us, we'll have to stay with that statement. I don't know, I interpret it as such, out of good faith. And speaking of that good faith and the process, the whole point is to facilitate a conversation that next meeting, because it takes time for us to come here, prepare, and then sit down and debate. And for all that kind of debate, if we would complete something, we would have. There are some examples, and as far as feedback from the GE is concerned, well, yes, does it exist? Is it quite elaborate, and does it show necessarily red lines for the GE? Have we received it for proposals we both agree and disagree on? No, it does not. More importantly, as far as democracy is concerned, this is not unprecedented. You have a very famous example of, let's say, the United States, the president can have a veto on something, and you need 2/3 majority of both houses of Congress to overrule it. One of the oldest democracies, and it's not the only one that has such a system. Of course, it's so you say it's undemocratic, it would not be true. You say that it's democratic, would be true, and we again talk about factual assessments. Well, the facts are there in terms of democratic percent. We can agree and disagree on how it plays, but we would not reserve such strong language for saying something is a misuse of power, power grab, undemocratic or whatnot. Because what power is there to be grabbed if it's just a new opportunity that we're opening the door? And frankly, we've seen some more intermediary solutions. I remember the very first BNC we were Philip and under on this BNCB, right? That was 2202. We mandated the GB to investigate the Russia, for example, and there were little follow-ups about that, for example. So you can think of these things that maybe more facilitation with these meetings are necessary. But again, there are things to assume. We can say we have no confidence in you, yes, but we have confidence in you, period. And then what else can we do? Ask questions. Those are the things. No, but if we talk about mistrust, I feel a bit personal here because there is no mistrust. This is the debate. Good faith and dialogue is what we want. So we don't want mistrust. And that's not the point. The point is that we hash out the differences when necessary and between work for us and the solution here and regarding the proposal. And that's it.
Okay, and now we'll proceed to the vote. Before that, I will just provide you with some context because we actually looked through our topic database. We're talking a lot about like how often this thing happens. Since 2101, there were exactly 2 times where the BNC has voted on something and the GB has voted against it later. There were some other ways around, but we don't have a system that neatly follows that, like keeps track of that. There's just some context. So we will vote on this as a charter change. It is 2/3 majority required. And all of you who are in favor, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's a change now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, can we just note which ones? We will just note which ones it is. It's UK, Bulgaria, Greece, who's the other placard? Okay, Portugal, Azerbaijan, all of them? Okay. Abstaining, Poland, Italy, Serbia, Denmark, the Netherlands. Okay, there's change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 9. Can we know them all down? No. Okay, keep them up. 7. Okay, Italy, Poland, Serbia, Austria, Okay, because, and then again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Are you running them individually as well? Okay, fair. This will be the most precise word count that we'll have.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, very good. So with, how many?
Good luck.
Oh, no, but it hasn't passed. I think the total vote count was, we had like now 11 against, abstentions were,
We're literally doing a third for each.
We have 9 abstentions,
Yeah.
so 12 in favor, 9
Yeah.
abstentions, 11 against.
Yes.
amazing. Thank you. Thank you, that was very helpful. So it has not passed. We would, however, if you think this is a big problem that needs solving, maybe try figuring some other solution, maybe make a referendum. Direct democracy. Okay, we will go to the next round of debate. Yes. Also, we have received the correct response to the city order, which was how many Luxembourgs can fit inside a country. Surprisingly, you can fit 1 Luxembourg in Luxembourg.
All right, we will now swiftly move on to the next topic of debate. Please be silent and sit down. Thank you. The next one is the celebrating the 100th IS. It will be by the International Office, and Saskia is the spokesperson. You can find it on page 61 of the meeting booklet. Statement of debate sounds: the 100th IS is a milestone event for the entire EYP network, and activities leading up to the following session should include as many entities and members as possible. How should the network celebrate this milestone for EYP?
Yeah. Sorry, I'll say the.
Thank you, Jenny.
Yes, so this proposal, as many of you probably know, the employer sadly got cancelled, and I was going to became the 100 IS, and we did many of the agreements for the Canelo. We also began to put in so far. Since the NOC didn't aim to hold a 100 session, we want to discuss how the network can make sure that the fundraising this day celebration. And we will also discuss the GB and also like the annex where we present our plan and how the parts if you would want to provide. Sorry, am I not louder? Yeah. I don't know where exactly you didn't hear me from, but I will quickly start. Okay, this is clear, right? Essentially, I sent an annex attached to the topic of debate, and I asked you to read through it. I would like to discuss the plans we have made at the International Office and the GB and the NOC, and see if you agree with them, see if you have any input on them, and also be informed that that is coming your way as an entity. And then secondly, I would really like to gather input from you and MCs on things that you would find interesting or that you are planning in your own MC that you would want to collaborate on. So hopefully this will be lighter in the last debate, and hopefully not too long. Yeah, sorry, about everything in one go. Yeah.
It's fine. Do we have statements for this one? No, okay. I will see if there are any statements since we have not received any previously. I see a statement from Greece. Greece, you're recognized.
Thank you so much for the floor. That I thought we had the result because we are the we want to make a lot of work with them, and also for me to today, so we have a way to celebrate 100 in this milestone, and we're also celebrating, we have a milestone in Greece, so we're going to future. And we want to work on the paper on the country, and I can also get to everyone how to make the better celebration, and I just think it's probably here to see everything I have to do for the last.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other statements. I will return to the proposing entity.
Thank you so much, Greece.
That was And with that, we will move on to the debate, which has 2 rounds that are both general rounds. So for the first round, please raise your placards if you have input. or opinions or something to say? I see UAP Azerbaijan, you're recognized, followed by Croatia.
I think it's first for everyone, how can we make sure that all represented, we are, so can make context. Let's make sure that all this is, because we did have sections of all the station, just to show that how we do as the MC, and how we does the network, but it's why we're gonna have these projects. I just want to make sure there's all the.
Thank you. UAP Croatia, no, direct response by UAP Luxembourg.
Sorry. Is that basically the hashtag version of the project, or are you talking about something else?
I will quickly take a point from UAP Azerbaijan. Yes,
Yes, but sometimes because now we're here, I think we want to make sure that the process that you will roll out under, just making sure that it includes all the things. It might be the case that maybe there was a specification, so we have this at that time, so if you miss the ability to participate in the project, just to like make sure that we have this.
thank you. UAP Croatia.
Yeah, so the executive board had a brief discussion about this. We were just wondering how important so would it be to actually partake in all of this? Like, what is your estimation? Because they share concerns in terms of more active participation as in considering all everything else that we have to do. And I think it's also quite helpful to a lot of instances, see, how can we assist while not, overworking ourselves for something that's not really our primary or even secondary thing to do, but something that we do because we like and that we love and that we want to love.
Thank you very much. We'll take a direct response, I think, from the IO.
Yeah, although I think we're not really, so, to clarify, I think the amount of work that should be for you as an entity or as a role is only opt-in, which is why I think it's interesting to look at inclusivity as well, because if it's opt-in, then of course you might have it's more represented than others. I think the workload is mostly on us and IO, I would say, in terms of a lot of the archiving work that we will do to prepare on social media posts. The reason, the philosophy also behind this is partly to relieve UIP degrees. So I think we really envision that we're doing most of the others, and I don't think the presentation from all entities. I think concretely what I really would want from you is actually your ideation, your input, which is why I want to be free, and effectively for you to spread the news of the network. So I think as an NT board member, except for degrees or a bit of exception, we will work a bit more together, of course. But from the other entities, I'm mostly just asking for dissemination and ideation. Maybe that clarifies.
And perhaps straight to the same as we did about around our history work. So if you have any archives, especially about international sessions, not everything else, just send it our way and we will process it.
Thank you. We'll take a point from UAP Greece.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the from meeting. I just want to ask, how exactly are you planning to engage or really, because I'm quite sure people good now, but I really like how I'm planning to engage more people from other entities that know how but would like to, watch your responsibility. I would just.
Thank you. I don't see any placards, so we will return to the IO.
I think sadly, there's no online. I will visit Anya because she's more involved with online, but I think there's no online class planned. But I think just spreading the news, so to other entities spread the news. But I know that there's already time of people not to read. I think generally alumni tend to be a bit more flexible in terms of where they can go because they maybe have a job, so they can have some financial needs, and going to Greece can also have a nice holiday. So I think so far in our sign-ups we haven't seen sub-regional focus, but I will look at unmentioned.
So we would be very effective to calculate the needs to build out their alumni activities to start getting better way to do a section on Greek alumni events. But so far the target is our alumni, which of course Greek alumni. But we now have not as many sign-ups yet, and now we're on Greek alumni.
Thank you very much. We will then move on to the second debate round, which is also a general one, and I see very, very enthusiastic Romania, so you will get the word. You're recognized.
Okay, thank you. We would like to raise good awareness to the previous items on the agenda and quickly ask how, for example, the Romanian entity can partake in this project without having zero spots.
Thank you very much. I cannot see your placard. Thank you. You are recognized. Belgium.
I just wondered, your development of in the past, by email about, creating a project at our lab, about like the 169 and then just be asking if you're still expecting the entities to do those things, because I have a lot of hesitation and leadership and talk about that to them. So it is basically just social media posts, or are you also expecting us to do things at our sessions such as media?
Thank you very much. Moving on to Norway, followed by Azerbaijan.
Thank you. And then there are
Sorry, I did not see the direct response. UAP Croatia.
I have just one question to add, and how much like internal communication with members do you suggest? Because a lot of like people in the knows like how would you want us to approach this? So that we have kind of like a uniform approach and that we really get the best possible communication policy.
Thank you. Then European Norway.
Thank you. Thank you. Get up on the field that I will rely on, which is communicating with civil efforts, volunteers, and especially organizers that have built all ISs through these 37 years. So like, I would like to encourage everyone involved to emphasize and visible the effort made by the volunteers behind events.
Thank you. Then we will take a direct response from Dial.
Thank you. No, that's exactly because all of us, for all of you to help us celebrate and the integration as well. We take us to engage with the members. We don't want to make extra effort to do. And celebrating together, each of you is part of the international fashion. Each of you is an organization, official for the international fashion. A program for us, the first Albanian delegation of the international session, or the first official, or there's a topic that our delegates are discussing. Anything of this kind, you could just target social media posts, targeting international sessions content. All of you would have them in abundance. Delegation of front of the Euro village and a picture and then session. Anything of this kind to help us just as a network communicate about it. So that, and then what Ivan suggested that exactly about this is the focus on volunteers, was that international session was started.
Thank you. As promised, European Azerbaijan.
How strict are you with like the media projects coming from the IS? People have the NCs, I guess, that there are one is our NC, and how interesting project there are not very lot of large scale events. And also, I'm not sure have this for a while, which means the quality of the pictures and the zero project is matter. So you are like also you have a lot of
Thank you. We will take a point from the governing body.
Yeah, thank you. So far, a lot of the comments have been on the eligibility criteria, who can participate in the consideration. I would love to see the conversation a little bit more towards the ideas of we can do to celebrate the 100th international session, think a little bit more creatively and outside of the box. Is it another publication we would prepare celebrating the achievements of all of us volunteers throughout the years? Is it a special interactive website? It is, just acknowledging the special moment that is the 100th session. So a lot of here a little bit more creativity into them.
Thank you. Direct response, Greece.
Yeah, that's what, but basically, I agree and agree with my clear ideas on Pascal and outcomes to agree. We also clear ideas on how we can help you that they're, like, every, presentation, praising everyone. So if you have an idea of project that you would be so helpful for the IO for us, for everyone, how we can like, for all of the so,
Thank you. We'll take a point by Luxembourg.
Thank you. On the subject of, I guess, the interactive website, and the idea kind of popped into my head, because I know that we have this roadmap showing like all the locations and where I guess to take place. So, so maybe we could make this now an interactive. Okay, I guess it would be a bit about the stuff going like, but like maybe from, there must be someone maybe watching the hackers who can start filming them. This isn't directly to the session in person, but perhaps something that could be more. And maybe it would also be nice to integrate the alumni in that, and like talking to them, reaching out to them, maybe they have a small anecdote that you'd like to add, like that can be included in that specific post, like if the HO or the president of the Senate has something cool that they would like.
Thank you very much. We will return to the proposing entity.
Yeah, I'll first respond to media. So I think it really is not that you have to even have anyone at the facility. I have to be able to participate in celebrations. I think, of course, IDEs are our flagship events, and they matter a lot, and it's how we might be started in some ways. But I think, of course, when these much larger, and we also want to acknowledge that the also post will happen digitally online, so it's open for participation by almost anyone who wants to, and also viewable by everyone. We have, of course, some ideas to make it physical, because it's, I think, also very nice to have a physical space, including some merch ideas. But yeah, so I think really don't feel limited at all with people that we will have technically zero cost, and also as I was saying, you will likely be able to send delegates who just, it's currently not the policy, we also want to change that. So I'm happy that that happened. So, then on media projects, welcome. I think it's definitely not something we want to support. You mentioned that there is inflation in leadership. I think from my perspective, I would expect the national sessions to have a specific media project. And I think also this is not really about media projects from you FMCs as much as about participating in our media project, where we can hopefully include everyone. What I ask most so of you as MCs is to provide us with podcast materials. If you have posted an IS, if you have posted an IS in the further path, where we can go more active in data, you will definitely be approached, and I will definitely be asking you for materials starting early. Yes. What will the delegation block next also? Maybe this is answer your question, also even okay.
In that case, if you're good.
Yeah, this is my closing remarks as well, right?
Yes.
To say that if it comes to like the timeline and plan, I will do that like soon after the BNC meeting. So then we will also have more complete things. So maybe you would also have to know like how we're going to communicate things, because of course we can't do everything at the same time. So I hope that the software also communicated with the members, and please do approach me. Basically, I see this as now that I kind of have the approval to be email, my idea. So I will continue executing them, and if you have additions, please always reach out, because hopefully this will also last after the meeting. I guess we are aiming to also still have active touches in autumn. So if you get inspired throughout the year, please get in touch. And
Thank you. In that case, we will move on to the next agenda point, which is another topic of debate. It's the leadership selection panel transparency by ERP Armenia. You can find it on page 63 of the meeting booklet. And the statement of debate sounds: the current selection of leadership roles for sessions is not transparent enough due to unfair decision-making and favoritism. How can we further develop our practices to ensure equal opportunities for everyone? You were hearing and you're recognized.
Okay. To start with, I'm doing this for the first time, so don't judge or kind of something. So the history behind why we decided to make it a topic of debate is basically that we spent 2 years trying to come up with the local meetings that helps BNC to see which direction we want to go for. So this discussion is really in order for me to understand and take back the conversation have. So I would really appreciate that. Okay, we can, and yeah, when it comes to the history, session have not been very much so transparent. Ever, when it comes to ISS, we do get reports, and talking more about mass communicating individually and others that we as the host. It gives a lot of options for choosing, having favoritism and choosing people we know, instead of actually going to a nice convention process. We can change the slide. Sorry. So our rationale behind this is new applicants to actually understand why they do not get selected or do get selected, and how to look for their next possible positions and how we actually have an understanding. And in order to do that, we want to increase the transparency that when we have a leadership position, especially considering that leadership position members are usually the ones shaping the network for the future 2 or 3 years. Next up, possible action plan. We have drafted several directions this can go to. So again, I want to set the fact that we want to figure out what makes more sense for you guys. One could be having an evaluation with feedbacks. By highlighting the word individual, we mean that it's not the regular template that all of us received. We have so many applicants already. It would be more sort of an individualistic approach, giving feedback on the application, on the experience, and actually explaining to the person why they did not selected. And this is the fact that they are there and to do this if it works. Another thing can be potentially creating some sort of a reporting mechanism if something very unfair happens. Again, I wasn't on this one, understand how we're going to structure that. Yes, selection reports, become mandatory for all sessions, so that will also be an option to give more context on the number of applicants that will happen to your application. And again, this is the practice situation that currently uses. Last but not least, maybe engaging the working group for drafting the potential policies regarding this matter can also be an action to control the work. Thank you. I love it.
Thank you very much. First, we will take statements. Which statements do we have? Okay, we'll start by Italy since they sent it in first, and then we will go on to the, I cannot see because of the Italy one. Is that Greece? Yes, we'll take Greece and Serbia after.
Essentially, we didn't have a problem. However, previously has always existed as always, and to some degree it is useful. It's normal that when you speak with someone that you know you're very well with, aspect of what you want to important. But we agree that it helps me and we anything in the problem. Lately, also the applicants are more and more young and experienced with the position, and keyboards are also younger and less experienced. It doesn't mean that it's still not because they have been less ability to turn out of the other. So the solutions proposed are all post-election. It doesn't really solve the problem. So for example, voting mechanism, what happens then is you applicant have a problem selected, go to the voting mechanism, you win, how does that get the current president gets replaced? So we should find some pre-election solutions. However, again, there is however in this statement. Of course, just so the way to I have to admit I was president for such All I remember was they were getting rid of life. But just like to go over the story. Something that I know in the Netherlands is doing, that my system is doing, is writing national selection guidance in leadership. I love that. Way it's also sensible and not discriminating. It's pretty different and support. It's not an immediate solution at all, but it's a start.
Thank you very much. Also, the first, there are no direct responses to statements. First, for the minute taker, European Cyprus has left and is proxied by Romania. Amazing. Please keep your statements to a maximum of 2 minutes since we have a lot and there's only a 30-minute debate. As promised, European Greece.
Thank you so much for the talk. I'm also kind of salary, so I'm sorry, nothing. Again, it's great, thank you so much for giving us the topic because we can't be able to have confidence. Taking back multiple times over this position. It's always so encouraging, like no reply. Like it's really nice when we have to get into feedback because feedback makes time. Like if you talk about things like feedback, you will see that it's the digital kind of feedback, you know. Because people, you know, all get to know feedback, meaningful feedback that we have, you know, improve yourself. And it's become so encouraging to find the kind of life especially like in the, you know, like say, and so saying the big thing that everything will be collected and we will not be collected and so so totally agree with the whole debate and we need to kind of talk about the, you know, I think I kind of agree with that in the diversity part, but for example, you would agree, I would agree here, we do not always ask for benefits, we invite. These are person invite is much better than hopefully just to say okay, then people like one thing. I would think I was really my book, we have enough amount we have enough a very much now my book, and I have the person demand because we know what we have, no? And that's why we personally will be at high quality. So if you want to live, we are invited, and we do and play. But if you open up, you should also be, yeah, but if you open up, you should also mindful of line and then have contact with the government or some part of the. But yes, I don't think it's the data thing, it's also, it has to do with, you know, with like, family outside like all family make over something about
Thank you very much. We will then move on to the Serbian statement.
We think that national terrorism is only constituted identified when it's based on merit or you know we have been working with someone for years and they have certain refugees in the network recognized. On the other hand, question of between the thing having a control into other competitive selection and even encourage your favorite person to apply, we still are considering that equally and including the experience that they're aware of. That being said, we also think that the management of feedback is a very nice point. I recall that the leader has found some position where I prioritize acceptance emails over the feedback emails that sometimes get like just somewhere in the back of your mind and you have to forget about them, which is very nice. Thing to have, especially in the leadership positions where people that can be discouraged and it takes a lot of courage to apply in the first place. Then also kind of motion collection report. Well, this would be a good idea, but on the other hand, we're concerned We've been promising themselves, and for example, a lot of entities have a lot of events happening in the here. So also a lot of polls open, so having people who stand the call, the other person, and who will be checking the post or the something. It is something that the government has platform or something that's like start interest in. And that's one of the things I think is probably working with the potential for the safety of pleasure.
Thank you very much. I see 3 more statements. Are they all statements or can they be points? Statements, okay. Azerbaijan followed by Bosnia, then Romania, a minute and a half.
Thank you. I think that the neighbors of the state, zone here, and zone section, and the people. Now, this is no a situation where the shots are fired at the scene themselves, but we also need to remind everyone as for the impact. Because in our experience, it's still an occupied case to be very case and very fairness and transparency. Regarding the limitations, they build the legislature and need that for explain whether it's that all these limitations. Because it will might change the legislature and then were mentioned earlier. Now, in terms of the support, I'd like to focus on the active stuff. So there's another problem, and that is the feedback stuff that we all parties support. But I think we must clarify on the exceptions. For instance, there are aspects that are simple pieces that go forward with one sentence of an application and a control application, which reduces it. And however, we like to get feedback actually in our prior to this. Very excited for the report. Although we as a transition, so we would like to go out and perfect. And regarding the results of the national selection, we're getting to hear other things perspective. I think really great to mention that it would try to show those I think we should focus on the conflicts and we're getting from the last point to the local conflicts.
Thank you, that was on time. Bosnia.
Thank you very much. As the main question brought up by Armenia was, what can we do? And to the possible action plan, as it was already said, I think by now is that we address a lot of things after the selection, not before the selection. Something that I have personally seen is that a lot of people who are in the selection don't know how to do a selection. Is this an ethical problem? Maybe yes, maybe no, and some entities more than others. But I have, on my behalf, witnessed when going to other entities, selections which are not constructive and selections which are not done in a transparent way. So with that in mind, my proposal, my personal proposal would be to maybe create guidelines or a template of how selections can be done, with the goal of providing a normalized framework on, hey, this is how selection should look like. We can follow it. We don't have to, but if we don't know how a selection works, then if it's an BNC and if BNC is capacity building, we cannot expect someone to know how a selection works. So recommendations and guidelines, maybe a template or even a selection sheet can help very much. Not making this a policy because that will limit NCs very, very much, but in the shape of recommendations and materials on the member.
Thank you. Exactly the same time. We'll take the last Romania.
Yeah, so thank you, Armenia. I think this has to be addressed, so like we don't wait for that. We just have some kind of feedback on the most black one. So asking for feedback is great, but how we handle the people first, like situation where we identify that one person, not necessarily because of race, because of the past. Yes, are you gonna like approach that and get feedback? Are you gonna be honest or not? Like, yeah, I remember. And on the reward mechanism, while I think it's great to have this type of transparency, I also fear that for negotiating and cheese, this one stop keeping their favorites, even if you're gonna have a report because he's gonna be anonymous, so they cannot take that higher. And lastly, it doesn't have to be action plan, but just a report also like we are all NCs. When we open calls, this maybe is to get a person who wants to be involved.
Because I get a in the letter when before the phone even closed, I know it's gonna be the exposition and like the more spread. So at least for how we did try to be transparent and real. If we know we want to do something and we want that someone will have to watch, not open the door and then start saying like, I have to be person. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We will then return to the proposing entity.
Amazing. Okay, so I can try to go through everything real quick. First of all, thank you for including on, the government action plan. Yes, I do agree that we need to think of something for the report and part as well. But this was sort of in a sense of after you get selected, what happens to you, the end of the potential impact on the network. But that is a very, very valid point, and we can with that next time, hopefully. When it comes to the favoritism, I do agree with the point mentioned by UA3. For instance, UA Carolinian mostly by the presidents for national study conferences, simply because of the reason that we don't get enough opportunities to work in this part. So it's easier to get qualified applicants through personal connection. But if the open calls, we ensure that every single applicant is viewed as an individual and no quality environment to apply. And then you get it, right? If we're choosing the option of having a selection panel, then it shouldn't be just a formality, just because we're going to choose the first people. Next up for EYT degrees, yeah, and I do agree with the points you mentioned, but that creates some sort of a loop. The fact that we only sort of close the people we know, because basically that ensures that the network knows 7 people who did that, and then for 2 years, those same 7 people provide all of the national that we have. For regionals, that's not the case, because there are more opportunities, but that also limits this possibility of someone who gets into the school of future president. Then for UAT Serbia, yes, the favoritism point again, I will go over it once again. Mandatory feedback that I guess the rule temperature is not a nice idea, so I think we will draft a policy on that. For the process of the report, what UAT committee does, and have been doing for 2-3 years now, the reports are published after all of the selections are done, so we do it just once. And it is reported to all of the applicants who apply. We don't spread it around the network. So the point, I don't think anyone's interested. But for the report, we should gather all the data for the president, editors, and the in one document and send it out to all the applicants. So we don't do the same thing over and over again. So it ends up being 4 or 5 reports per year, which is relatively recommended. Working group. UAP Azerbaijan, thank you again for the constructive point. Again, yes, we will work on things which help better recover the rules. For UAP development in Herzegovina, thank you for the idea that actually something very valid and a working with the established that can be one of the first action plans of the working group to create that guidance published available for everyone. And for UAP Romania, yes, the request should be honest and ask and if it's a safety concern, you don't need to disclose all of the information, but it would be actually nice for the applicant to know that it's concerning. With that regard, if it's an honest application feedback, that can also help them in the future to cover other sessions. And yeah, I hopefully answer the
Thank you very much. We will then move on to the debate. It's structured in 3 rounds. Remember to be relevant to the rounds. First round being the discussion on the potential action plan. We will keep it short and tight, a minute maximum, half a minute for the direct responses. And we will, yeah, I am generous right now. We will start by Germany, followed by the Netherlands, if they didn't take it down. Okay, we'll start by Germany.
I would like to reconsider that one. It won't be like, so I don't hear, but like my accessible have to like so much feedback.
Louder.
Who actually don't need it. I have decided with like my first president and my first chairs have to feedback. All this organization, first chairs and every single time presidents comparatively feel feedback of their own. Also, I think only half, like around half of all MSCs presided by somebody who only just wanted to sit back there for the last 2 years. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We will take a direct response from Luxembourg.
I agree with that, especially considering that, LSD had like 6 feature applications and would be, easier to give back in the form of statistics, so relative how many people apply, and it's just. The topic of discussion is only leadership, so.
Yeah.
And the types of leadership.
Yeah, fair. We will then move on to the next point. I don't think I promised anyone, so we will get it to Spain.
Okay, so, our feedback on this is that, even if it's a significant framework of Spain, as we have a lot of questions, it would still be a big workload. And of course, I mean, it would be able to have feedback to everyone, have of course, either way, I don't think we would actually end up doing it because like there's no time and people wouldn't work on it. And I also think it's very important to focus maybe a little more on the role of anti-red during selection, and then once people get voted and that decision is not going on, of course, it's not going to be short, but like we should be a lot stricter with it. And it's not going to work always, but I think it's very, very important to focus on that and be anti-red.
Thank you very much. We'll take a direct response from, is that Austria? Okay, we'll take from Austria.
So,
I will ask you to be louder because I cannot hear you.
I think because that is a lot of fun and we're not able to repeat it to everyone, I think that still we should be something that we can like in a way, but I think that maybe one thing like only bring it from the NC for now, because I think that would be like the essential focus to ensure that the NC is actually behind.
Thank you very much.
That last part I didn't like.
Just the
Can
last
we
part.
repeat the last one?
Yes, so, maybe for now, only half mandatory feedback, I will have,
Thank you very much. We'll take a point from Croatia and returning to proposing entity.
What we would like to underline is the fact that we have now an opportunity to raise awareness about nepotism and selection battles, which is usually the problem. And it would be really good that the working group, if it happens to work, get on with raising awareness as well as this discussion, because frankly, whenever I'm in a selection battle and I know someone, I disclose it and I comment much less or don't at all, depending on how close I am with that person. Not everyone does that, we know that, but especially NC reps have to be there to do that. And I think it's really important that we raise awareness and really hammer on that point, because we are custodians of proper procedure and unbiased matters here.
Thank you very much. Returning to the proposing, we will return to the direct response by Greece.
Well, yes, I think and let's not forget that especially for now and for credit loans, we are people on the same time for our time. So let's make sure that we all really talk about it, and we all agree that we more than one thing, we go back to the system, we go back to the system, we can actually like so let's spread it around, and be like, hey, let's know that people eat our not essentially, then what about it?
Thank you. Then returning to proposing entity.
Okay, thank you. So regarding the emergency service point about not making this background mandatory, it probably might be because of the reason it's phrased. What I meant is that we provide mandatory individual feedback, not generally feedback to every single person who applied. If they ask for it, then it needs to be individualistic and targeted and tailored to the person, to the applicant, not mandatory for everyone if they don't ask for it. For E-Rate Spain, again, it's for the people who ask for it, and yes, the topic of discussion is about larger scale events. We on purpose did not mention regional selection conference, because for E-Rate Armenia as well, we have many. For most entities, there are many regional, so we don't, and as we have many regional, it's less common to have the same presidents all over the network doing that. So it's more sort of for large scale events, and for leadership positions precisely. That also was asked by the question as well. For events in Croatia, yes, thank you for bringing that up, because yes, that is one of the main reasons why we did the discussion. It is to raise awareness and to understand why we do this when we call ourselves an network with equal opportunity, procedures, policies, transparency, etc. But then we turn around and do such actions, it doesn't really match. And yeah, thank you, it's easier as well. That's it.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the debate round two. That is debate round two. Discussion on potential policy proposal. We'll start by Switzerland, followed by Croatia. Switzerland, your recommends.
So because the way I understand this working group is going to include ideas on how we can improve the exchange of best practices and things that work well. Correct? So there's one point we would like to clarify our stance on, and that is have been some suggestions that for entities who do not currently see themselves capable of being organized in the selection of a counter district, they should just be forced to indicate. And this is something Switzerland has very strongly moved away from the last few years. This is also partly because we came to the conclusion that because so many other members do not go abroad, they might just not know the right people, and just because they don't want to vote for something that they need to rely on. So we've had good experience with opening applications. Of course, if you do applications, you can find anyone invite. As a second, like, clear that is great. But please do not go back to invite those leaders.
Thank you. European Croatia.
So here's what I-
There is, I could not see that. Italy.
Yeah, I think what you wanted to said, when we talk about that, so we invited, it was those people that, the scope one percent, instead of the mindfully, extremely well qualified, but only do one person per year. So a lot of quality people really come, because that.
Thank you. Croatia.
So in terms of the policy proposal, point is more meta, and that is how taxing it is to comply with it. And you have to know how difficult it is for any of us to comply and work with it. We have a lot of concerns, and whose portfolio would it be? Like, there are a lot of questions that we comply. So whatever becomes the policy proposal has to be quite low effort. For us to keep going, because otherwise it inspire a lot of control. So that's the only concern we have regarding completely positive as a means.
Thank you. I see direct responses. I'll take one from Sweden.
And to carry on what Christian was saying, we also agree we do have a little concern about if it doesn't meet policy exactly how would you know that there are unfair selection outcomes. It all depends on the NC themselves, and if you have to go and to basically ask every NC, are you sure it's right? Are you sure that this is a fair outcome? And then it just happens to be really big. I just had to observe that.
Thank you. We'll take a point from Bosnia, followed by Turkey.
Building upon this, I want to go back to the good faith argument, and that is that we should come from a country that we trust that selections are fair, that we trust that selections are transparent. And with that in mind, a policy proposal might be too limiting to NCs, because every NC has their own working way, et cetera. But for sure, we should establish a framework or at least guidelines within which NCs can follow a template and can follow a certain procedure in order to come up with something. And just one more thing which is connected to this, and that is the transparency. If you think the selection was unfair, who do you report to? Is it the safety team? What are the criteria? Do I think I wrote a good app? Yes, but I don't get accepted. Tough luck. I don't want the next time. So, we can't really know what is a transparent selection except procedural mistakes in the selection itself.
Thank you. Direct response, Azerbaijan.
Just to clarify this one, do we agree with the common average of that, whether it's all the total or like increase document or does it matter?
Thank you. We'll take a point from Turkey and returning to proposing entity.
Thank you. So I'll just like giving the disclaimer that we're never against creating guidelines for instance, because it's always beneficial. However, it's also known that we can use the already existing policies, for example, policy on selection of PRS officials, as a guide, because it's also stated that we can utilize those documents. So maybe instead of putting extra effort in creating another guideline, maybe we can adjust that policy on the entity-based structure so that each entity can utilize that already existing document.
Thank you very much. Direct response, Croatia.
Yeah, IS selection policies are a bit much, to be honest, because they expect a better quality than you would receive for any position, whether it's an editor, a president, etc. So we do not necessarily want to put forward that argument in the front, exactly because there's more criteria. That is also then depending on how we change IS selections, which means that IS selections, as well as for leadership, those are just selection policies. And we're concerned with improving, as well as the fact that they're quite specific, that the highest standard is standard, NC standard is a bit lower, and NSC standard is a bit lower, you know, that's it.
We do not do direct response rounds or change. You will be able to talk in the next round, returning to proposing entity.
Thank you. Yeah, so when it comes to your Switzerland, I will be mentioned that will be tolerable, just because we have the option of inviting, which is the mission of that, and as well, the point that we're trying to make is that don't open calls if you're still going to the person who will do that, like not making the cost of zero. Just because when it comes to your reason, yes, exactly. That's what happens if it becomes a loop, then people do that. When it comes to UAT Croatia, I do believe that it has to be lower. It has to be something which is feasible and feasible. We are ready to provide the templates that we use, for example, for reporting and stuff like that, which we've already been doing, and very low for the Guardian personally. So that could be an option. So yeah, it's not like we're gonna create a policy which means like forces every entity to use and very simple tasks. It's just so we can increase some sort of transparency and visibility with the applicants. Yeah, for in Sweden, the stakeholders that we're trying to meet are the applicants itself. So it's not my interest to be a police for this international committee and be like, no, you're doing the wrong thing. It's for the applicants to get the justice that they deserve, not the other way around. It's not like every entity I'm gonna get a back end reports to me or someone or any other entity. It's more sort of creating some sort of a balance for the applicants and the ones yeah, for making those tools that is what the aiming for to create the trust and the good faith environment and to ensure that all of us are working for the medal, not blocking the opportunities that they can actually have. When it comes to reporting, we on purpose that BNC is not submitted for proposal about the reporting system. We had an idea, but then we saw ourselves because we're also concerned about how that should be drafted application. For now, what I'm sending on the room is just to give a bit more opportunity to the applicants to get some sort of feedback and input on what happened, and that will also give the way of effort. For the IS guides, yeah, it can be adjusted and used. That is an option, but I do believe the registration as well that is a bit too much, and the requirements are not that precise for NSC, but I do believe that by adjustment. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll then move on to the third round. You're getting 45 seconds for your points, 20 for your direct responses. It's a general round, so you can ask whatever you want. We'll start by Slovenia.
So, problem. I'm able to come out, like, in terms of a concern selection process and including the selection panel has to argue that an application is very well written. So we do know we receive applications from non-experienced applicants, which is that criteria that we set for ourselves. So we could end up in a very whole personal note in order to have the grounds for the city. So I see this as also backfire.
Thank you very much. I see a few direct responses. I'll take the one from Romania.
For whatever reason, the community says like you are allowed to open the polls and you're not happy with that, you can invite after. But anyway, now you cannot after the country anyway. So week after extension, if you don't like to get invited to the report, I don't think that would be a problem in my view.
Thank you. We'll take the governing body followed by the Netherlands.
Okay, the government board would just like to state and remind that we do sometimes get a mediation request. In case a person feels that they have been unfairly looked over or rejected from an event, and they haven't received feedback from BNC, even though they requested, for example. So the state court team also does handle cases like that, and usually those mediation cases are successful because people do get the reason why they were, for example, rejected in person. So mechanisms to understand why something has happened do exist, even though we are not particularly creating a guideline for use, not necessarily making that advice.
Thank you. Moving on to the Netherlands.
Okay, thank you, Carolina. Things like the day I just wanted to say, I thought it was like the friendly, it's not. The NC and the HOs choose together the leadership for representation in the Netherlands, and I'm the opinion that only inviting people and not only the call of like the funny and I understand the things about like money in the car and like if you have already something in mind that you it's a bit unfair to other people, but I think that you want to know who wants to apply, so how would you know that person that you have in mind is better? And opening up anything else in your mind, give them a chance. And even if you invite to apply or even invite people after those who are rejected other applicants, you would hope you have a good reason to reject those applicants. So we only apply when we don't have enough people applying, but you have to go back to the standards. And people are rejected, getting you in even with recreation, and it might not always be because people might not agree and that. We do acknowledge that, but like, yeah.
I will stop you here and I will take a direct response from Greece.
Yes, think about the meet by the president's not the rest of the meeting. That we have to have a simple way to do it, and we that so these make it more difficult here and you know the sales different variety president but still you have to read that for reasons where we can see how over time for example they know that we yeah and couple more but then we need to like you know the saying about open call and you know say all this to my board so we can think about it.
I will cut you off here and move on to Europe, Denmark.
He said that the difference between abundance before what is
Thank you. Direct response, Europe, Bosnia, Herzegovina.
I think coming from a technical standpoint, this is probably extremely difficult to handle. Because in most cases, it's usually announced already, et cetera, and then who decides what transparency is, who decides what their selection is, maybe NC says like, oh, we put 95% value on experience, Another entity said we put 5% value experience, so like we don't have objective criteria that we can judge based on, except the criteria for IS selection. But national style IS selection has very obvious.
Thank you very much. We'll take a point from Serbia, followed by Sweden, and then proposing entity. Serbia, you're recognized.
Another point that we kind of is the way that we manage memory platform and who has access to every single collection panel. Apart from people who are in the collection panel, you know, we have moderators, for those who know, they all have like a process and so keeping stuff very confidential.
Thank you very much. Direct response, Croatia. In that case, was it Switzerland, I promised?
Sweden?
It was Sweden, thank you. No, I promised Sweden, but if you have withdrawn your point.
We don't have.
Yeah.
In that case, Switzerland.
Very much like to see that working group. We hope that we can also discuss the relevant other than gender biases or biases against or in favor of certain entities. We think it would be pretty important that it would be anyway. So that we have some practices that we can share. For instance, if there are a lot of applicants, selection question would be really helpful to narrow down the pool of candidates who like the final selection, the top three candidates for instance. And also, the more clearly an MCD or HO describe what and who they're looking for, the more specific this is, the easier it will be to judge based as a deputy as
Thank you. Direct response from Austria. Thank you. I'll take a very last point from Italy before going back to the proposing entity.
Would you considering the world supervisor board in election? I know that's not like it's something, but it's something that is why
Can you speak a bit louder?
People who are in the election. And also, maybe we're finding like a food for.
Thank you. Direct response, Croatia.
Yeah, so it sounds good, but the question is, to what extent does it work considering supervisors that advisory boards are usually not as active and it requires more hands-on approach? We welcome that and we think that's a good anti-bias check, but these are different entities and from year to year, from mandate to mandate varies. We have a reasonably active supervisory board, not everyone has that. No, that's the thing. And I'm afraid that would probably play a big difference in the application of this tool.
Thank you. We will now return to proposing entity.
Okay, thank you. For this round, I chose to do a more general response. Because I'm gonna go over the same points like over and over again, so for purpose, what the artisanal way basically has out in the last round. I think the working group will be established. I wrote for million more probably to understand what the group was not. And there are a lot of things that we need to cover in the working group. Anyway, Guardian would be very happy to listen any perspective, including best practices, creating a guideline of creating reporting mechanisms, all of this. It is a very wide topic, so the working group outcome might serve different purposes and different aspects to it. But I feel like there is a lot to consider as it can be a nice Thank you all for the.
Thank you very much. I can tell you that there were 13 points and 13 direct responses, so good job keeping track of that. We have received a few formal requests to change the agenda in order to have lunch first. I need to confirm by the IO that the lunch is ready for us to have a lunch break. Henning, is there an update?
Yes, more or less, I think.
Okay,
So,
that's good.
yeah.
We
So-
can work with that.
We will take a lunch break then.
Yeah, there's an expired.
Yes,
So this is not just a formal request to receive, but this is a pre-proposed.
yes, exactly. So we propose that we will now do the lunch. Then we will do the update of the National Committee Compliance Policy, the comprehensive reform. And after that, number 15, updates to the welfare policy and competence framework in order to enhance child protection and further support the peer-to-peer educational model. So we would like to vote on this there's no vote on this. I would like to hear if you can take it, Nemine Constitution, that this is how we are gonna have the new agenda. It seems like nobody's very much against and would like lunch, so in that case, lunch break.
And be back here. There's next slide. 2:15.
That didn't get correctly. Okay, now.
I mean, we have more like points.
Yeah, exactly, but we should let it go, yeah.
You have.
More time, they get to the lab, it's really fun.
Yes, you're doing the induction.
But yeah, to be honest, you're like 6.5. You're more than but then you're actually, it helps, you are the entity with the most points. Really, that's more than Great has done.
Because they were the.
They have 14 that are strong teams.
Make it look good. You don't have responsibility.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, he's more southern voices. Like that, well, kind of go and also the active knowledge.
More maps to go.
Of course.
You look like how this looks. Because they removed the BNC part of the SBA fund, and makes them a part of the fund, but now it's not much. We didn't change it, but it's an actual provision is there.
I do think it's different. So then I think that.
I think it's like, you know, Article 1, Article clause, we don't do that. We don't do that in our.
In fact, what is it like? You need money to help.
I think it would be policy. Go for it. I think I get my food delivered actually. I know, Chyba cheeseburger, to jest niepochany sir, ale cheeseburger. Okay. But be super for that. This is a little on the road. Oh, it's не понятно, как убира човек, да? Нали, би просто набира реч, побира и това е критерий. Ако поставиш то образно стрим, и то се държимо и няма да и окей, добра практика е да припасаем плендера, който се дава да набавяется, и да се nekakav конкурент, što se mi zove. Prikira bias, nema veze. Tako, to je dobro.
Jel si uzeo piletinu ili... A, kakva piletina?
Tipa ja, okej, zavezano za leadership. Kada mene neko izabere u leadership, ako MC to već ne radi, ja obavezno građam da piše uvijek to sjedi u proceduru, imenom i prezimenom, koliko koji ima postotak glasova i postavljam stavio prezimenom. I ako znači nešto tako da pitanje nosi neki prezimenom, da je politički pristup, ne znam, ovo pitanje ne je važno, kako se glasuje. To se je Ja tražim uvijek da kada je da to piše u dokumentu. Da, mislim ono, da samo su pitanja i ostalo, ono što se vode na RP, to svi rade. Ja ih tražim da nužno piše i to. Niko bi to sad nije rekao ne, ali ja im izmijem da postavim. Ako mi nešto rekao ne, kao poprosno zapravo. Jer to izgleda ono u Mojenci, još ako sam bio pedagoga, bio sam regionalno, i pa tako to dobro. I naravno uvijek sad individualni čitav. Ok, to je počet napisati. Naravno, ako je leadership gleda selection penalties, već najbitnije u tome. Kasnije, za teror je slično, dakle, treba to ne
Sem kad završi 81 večera.
Ali to je kako znači.
Da, kako treba.
Ako neko treba. I...
No, nisu bili nisu bili kako što.
Izmeni mi jasno kada imam samo rekao, kao sve ovo su nešto što mi radimo. I koliko sam baš skužio, nije bilo puno toga kao jelite, pa što je to tako teško, da ti to naprijed, da radimo, jer nije moja s jedne strane.
Naravno, nema, ja sam ovdje malo da bi pravi. To tako je, da se ne bići.
Što? Što da se
Ja kao. Nikad ne uzimam niti glede.
Ok, nećeš dijeliti evaluacije, ljudi, to je bilo. Mislim, to je bitan parametar u odlučivanju. A ovdje su prijave se ovako glavno stavljati varijante. I tipa, ako neko već ima onako kriterij, kao ne želimo nekoga po večero manje od x puta, ali eto, pa napiši to onako.
To je se ponavlja da čekaj.
To je ne znam, ako postoji veći kvota, napiši to. Naša perspektiva je bila, ok, naravno, ovdje HNC-a će biti na instanci i da to bude uvijek ono, da je jedna osoba, a idealno profesionalno broja tijela.
Da, una curazione classica, stiamo vedendo per una pizza. Ma no, guarda su perché non ci sta qui.
Loro?
Per fatto ci può essere, no, dai esatto che non sono bisogna leggere questi io. Tre in quella occasione.
Però possiamo giocare. Ne smo AS. No, ili pa ne znam, nema tako se uvjetovane razlice, a kaj još idealno bi bilo da imamo samo da se da ćemo tako nešto. Ok, čovjek je minutu to, ali se nastavno popuniti početi podvoditi. Altrimenti lo formulo. Cioè, non lo sapevo, allora. Vacca bene, cioè, basta lo
Bello.
faceva vedere il sera.
Deve essere messo il scopo.
Allora, no,
Processo di Stato internazionale,
può gestire? Perfetto, Grino. Oh?
Might be very simple. Qui da terza scelta. organizera do glavnog grada.
U principu disko.
Da.
Da. Da ćemo
Već smo
u handoveru ćemo proći to, da, evo vam dva dobra sitting ordera, koristite. Evo, zajedno sam nekako kako pripremila, radi jedinjenje.
Još ne nakratilo riječi.
Ne, nije, još je potvorio. Lane. Pa naš je bilo, mi smo došli u petak na večer, već smo nedovoljno. Večer je bilo, ovo su već bili dovoljno. Mislim da je bilo bez pa, ili možda tako u četvrtak na večer. Ja sam se nekaj više, i to petak bila, nema lice do jutro. Tek se skupio. Tako to, vjerojatno lično to ne kućam gledati. Znam da se sviđa se malo manje, da su naše nekako, dakle, ne onda ovo je samo jedno već. A za još kasno, da, već kasno.
Pa svi bili s našim mislom.
Pa da, u smislu sto. To je, što se tiče logistike, to je jako jednostavna stvar za organizirati. Mislim, to bilo gdje možeš 6 kreveta. U jednom slučaju, a baš nema para, možemo spomstajati. To je. Znači oni imaju para. Mislim da to za ovako nešto malo, kao ima smisla. Pa mislim da ne bi bilo problem, ali ne, sad neko spava.
To je dušan, ja ne isti.
Ne se
Kako je bio haos?
kako ono nije tipa.
Ne,
A?
ja,
Je?
da,
Da ste radili.
brate, napiši se stvari.
A?
Sećaš se to BNC ili pretprošli, išli smo dušan, ja, izvolite ga. Jer se napiši kao sto.
Izvolite.
Da.
Što kao, uzeti piva se samo kada izvolite.
Ne, ti su gin tonic.
Izvolite.
Izvolite.
Što sam to nekako parka popularna.
Idete tonic. Quindi schermo guardano di macchine, due pezzati studio di cose. Poi si studia con altri che si studia degli la che sono dire molto vicino. Soprattutto da una vera ricerca nella vita, e se fossi poi una nuova commissaria di giro. Non i posti poi steps per quelle cose veramente fatte da nuova sede, non più ci stanno. Di acqua. Esatto, Stephen mi hanno inviato una cosa di base in acqua per usare la stessa più d'acqua. E io sto essendo fuori, per mi do, non mi piace una cane, ma per fare una cosa, non è fuori. Yeah. Di questo che succede. Questo lo sapevamo, scusa, guarda, senti, guarda, tanti visti, Alessandro Vucic, Biologi.
Nismo tu za ostatak. Tebi da dam ili Henningu?
Što si rekao?
Mi nismo tu za ostatak, idemo za malo manje od pola sata.
Pa da, mislim, možeš.
Tako da, što se tiče ovih workshop results,
Yes,
pošto ja nisam tu da kažem bilo šta posle.
dobro.
Ja sam pričala sa jednom koji su bili na workshopu, da budeš direct iz jednog od njih.
Da, to je preferirano.
Ok, cool, nisam znala. I posle toga moramo se otvoriti consultation period za ovo. Da, samo mi reci kako. Jel ja odredim highlight ili...
A samo da konzultiramo VP, pa sada to...
Mislim da ima u nekom mailu, ili mislim da ima na Discordu u onom našem razgovoru. Ili u jednom od naših mailova kad si ti rekla da mora formulariti sve.
Mislim to uvijek pa si...
Ne znam. Meni su guideline. Meni su guideline.
Samo kako se radi? Expression, modalities...
Ne, da.
Čemu to reći?
I danas je nešto naravno dugo dana. Ne znam li mogu bilo za formulariti često.
Mislim da baš čart ne
Zato što bih volila da bude do Soluna.
Pa dobro, mislim. Taj proces ne traje toliko.
Koji su juče bili kriteriji za
Nije
sebe?
što pogledam.
Onaj prvi kriterij.
Ne, onaj jučerašnji nije nikad.
Pa ono za železnicu, to su kontroli.
To su kontakte, to je bilo od
Šta je bilo pre?
petka. A u subotu nikad.
To sam zaboravila kako se sve bilo. Daj reci mi. Mislim kod nas. Kriterij juče do sada.
Za sve ne. A najbolje da mi ti objasni.
Šta je bilo?
Da ne poješ.
Da, juče.
Da.
Odlično, pa ne vidim.
Dobro, što bi se ne poznali.
Ali, ajmo to phrasat in another way, koliko ima nacionalnih manjina. Da.
Da, okej.
Jer ipak Andor je nacionalni.
Da.
Ili još bolje. Nacionalnih manjina.
Ugogla.
Kipar je 90%.
Bolje nešto... da, Guardians Canadian Regulate, Must publish any guidelines for consultation by NC board members.
At least
at
five.
least
Oh,
5 days before the guidelines can take
А,
effect.
dobro.
Значи, ви одлучите колко će to trajat, ali ne može manje od 5 dana. Mislim da
Dobro.
bi bilo redno da
A,
pustite
dve
cijeli
nedelje.
tjedan, ili možete i 2,
Dve
sutra,
nedelje.
može.
Od
I onda vam
kada?
oni daju,
Od kada je stavim
Kad bi-
na listu?
od kad staviš na BNC listu, a kad si mislila, super.
Zato da bude ponedjeljak,
Ja.
ponedjeljak.
Super, i onda, samo kad se to riješi, mislim, ok, naravno, pogledajte što smo ljudi dali kao feedback, napravite neki form, neki tablice,
Da.
nešto, možda
I
tipa
šta
nešto
onda?
što mogu svi vidjeti,
I šta onda kad se završi taj...
onda vi
taj-
odlučite šta ćete,
Ja.
od toga, GP, kao vi,
Da, da,
što-
to mislim. Da.
ne ti osobno. Odlučite šta ćete implementirati i kako, hoćete li, ako će bude odlučite šta ćete s time. Mislim da bi
I
bilo
onda
korektno
opet,
da
da.
odlučite, da ljudima objasnite zašto nešto prihvatili iz
Da,
odluke.
da.
I baš imamo savjetovanje. I
Objavimo opet na
mislim da bi bilo dobro, da, konačnu verziju guidelina objaviti.
I
na
onda
Facebooku.
tek stavim na member platform. Ok, fair. Neka bude 2 nedelje, znači, sutra ću da to odradim, ja mislim da biti ponedjeljak na ponedjeljak.
Dobro?
Da je welcome, da je to consultation period with NCs isto da ljudi koji nisu bili na workshopu,
Tako
da
je.
se ne misli da će samo ovi da
Tako
rade
je.
o tome.
Tako je.
I objasni ovo da će posle toga, da će posle toga GD da diskutuje o svim vidjeti šta će toga da primjeni, šta neće da primjeni. Da ćemo da nastavimo konsultacije sa PFS prezidentom, znači da smo dali kontakt za samo NCs.
Mhm.
I to je to, da će onda finalna verzija opet biti na BNC listu.
Sad kako specifično to mislite napraviti, kao da se neki transport,
To nemam
kako
još,
se sve
nemam još
računalo?
ideju.
Ok, dobro. A mi sad bi bilo zgodno da
To
je
ću
nešto,
poslati zajedno u tom mailu.
ti se može kasnije ono vidjeti, ko je što, mislim, što je začarkovali, jako brije na transparentnost, ali...
Ne, kod mene se uključujem za check change, sve ću vidjeti.
Da, ok.
Mislim, delim originale,
Da, da.
bude
Ok,
change,
onda-
ništa posebno.
Ja, mislim, ako
Ok,
imaš,
šta?
ako imaš Google Docs, ako pošalješ samo ljudima ono, can comment, can suggest,
Da,
to bi bilo
da,
super.
dobit ćete u folder.
Sve ne laži. Evo,
Ok, fair.
hoće.
Znači, samo im to objasnim da prozovi bilo koga ko
I onda mi
se
kasnije
javi.
nemamo nikakve veze s time.
Ne.
Nama je samo, mislim, ja sam samo htio osigurati da se to dogodi. Jer se to treba dogoditi.
Ok, pa.
I mi da se to treba općenito dogoditi kad se mijenjaju.
Da. To ćemo da rešimo za stvar.
Kao ovo možda da se ne treba baš tražiti mandat,
Da.
ali mislim da treba biti nekako ono
Ne,
kao
da se najavi svako.
da će se dogoditi i
Da.
mislim da mora biti konzultacija prije nego što se išta zapravo i promijeni.
Ok, fair.
Jer je to način na koji se donose originalne, pa bi imalo smisla da se izmjene o tome na isti način
Da.
rade. To je bar moja nekakva logika.
Fair. To ćemo da poditi kod nas sledeći.
Meeting? What?
I'm not here then. No, I'm not here. Let's go around with it. Did you know?
Wait,
I'm gonna think. Yes, and. I know, I'm going to go for it. You have You know, you know. No way.
No way.
But no, but I was getting scared by it, that's the problem.
I think you get there.
Not scared, but like, it's a ride. Yeah, I know, to have a lot of the, as soon as I get back, so. Amazing plans. One or half of it, it's one word. So I don't want to. And I'm going. Because the friend may do the government, the home. About
Something like that, but I think I probably get the rest of the report.
oh, super.
That was pretty cool.
You work.
Still, I will investigate. Yeah,
I didn't make it. I was so confused. Okay, wait, let me actually come down and see the property. Wait, but it was nice to meet you. And also, despite the fact that I disagree with some of what I think that the courage you have to make you speak up, I applaud that because I had worked with speaking so well.
I just wanted to talk to some things, some.
So these are the
That's for, like,
So all they could say that was like, and they were like texting back and forth, and then like, because Fritz was like, the sound is too loud for me to do. And then Igor was like, we just do the initial presentation, then I will do like the rest, and Fritz was like, no, it's actually, it's about yourself, prepared.
Yeah, so there's a formal request template. You just fill out, you remove all the bullet points besides you want to put a proxy. Find somebody, talk to them, who wants to be a proxy.
Yeah.
Let them know, you can CC them that when you send formal request. Let them know how you vote on stuff, because they vote on our behalf. If they stuck up, there will be an opportunity with this later, don't worry. And yeah, and then just send this thing to us, my website. You're welcome. Okay, we need to start.
That was good.
Yeah, I love you, you're like always.
So loud.
I don't know what they.
Okay, visa yours. Visa, yes.
Yeah, why are you all in black?
Yes, yours.
And I hope you did not.
I'm Social psychology workshop.
Да, workshop results, sure. Там більше не так було.
Okay, please sit down. Can you just like add the working group for visa slide then? After But when it's your conversation, and then see to make this. Who can take the roll call for me? Can you take the roll call for me? So, there's a lot of you leaving. A couple of you will probably be leaving soon as well. If you're leaving early, you need to have formal request that you need to leave early. Or ideally, appoint a proxy to vote on your behalf. Talk with somebody how you want to vote, give them your votes, and send the formal request to us. It's just because we need to know it, and for the minutes, it needs to be there that somebody voted on your behalf. In the meantime, let's just check how many of us are here right now. So, roll call. Albania, Armenia, Austria, John, absent, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, thank you, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Hungary, absent Ireland, thank you, Italy, Kosovo, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Moldova, not present, the Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Serbia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, Ukraine, United Kingdom. Okay.
So Poland is not present.
Sorry, what?
Poland was not present.
Poland wasn't present. Poland, okay. So we have one less MC here, and we have two more that are represented by proxy. We still have the quorum, so let's roll. There was a formal request by EYP Armenia and EYP Italy to establish a working group on leadership selection panel transparency. You can find it in the channel of the last agenda item. So please open it up as we speak. In the meantime, can EYP Armenia and EYP Italy maybe very briefly present your VG proposal?
Yes.
2 minutes.
So, we decided to open up the working group, there is already discussed in this space. Because we have a few main goals. One of them is to understand the best practices now in the network and to find ways to raise awareness about them. Then also investigate the extent of the problem, draft guidelines, potentially on limitations as well. This is something we will discuss with the working group. Come up with potential policy proposals for the next BNC and also create the templates requested for the selection reports, with the later on to be uploaded with each page of content. That's all.
Thank you very much. I just need to share the screen. We suggest this is voted, let me go to the center. Does anybody want to have an actual vote on this? Okay, unanimously, we have established the working group. And next up, update of the National Committee Compliance Policy, a comprehensive reform. What does this mean? Okay, fair. Proposing entity is the working group on National Committee Compliance Reform Mechanism, or rather National Committee Compliance and Whistleblowers Protection, which is its actual name under which it was established. Spokespersons, members of the working group. Who exactly is going to deliver on behalf of the working group? Is going to be you? Okay, fair. The second. Page 65 of the meeting booklet. It's policy proposal, and away it goes. Can you keep it in like 3-ish, 4-ish minutes?
I can try.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
So, let's rewind, go to the next. Let's rewind. Yeah, we use the graphics. So for all of you, whoever did the slide, this is like the first time the graphics were used, like the other ones. So yay. Okay, on a more serious note now, we have to go back a year ago when it was first suggested as be considered what has been happening and how to make sure we get better possible, you know, system in place, to prevent any misdoing it, we can actually protect ourselves or our network from these bad things. Then Linda, now do you remember, and I worked on a hypothetical proposal as a partner with you for the last BNCM, and then we go to our working group that is supposed to further enhance that. The working group has had a mandate, there will be also vote on the extension of that mandate. Because the working group delivers on most of what it's supposed to do, considering the holidays and the fact that it was mid everybody had to be where they were last year, which this year. That's also part of the reason why we have the different right? So that's a more extent. The point here is that we have has its total with context. Almost all of the points raised throughout the last consultation period and the BNC discussion. And before this meeting, as was emailed and shown on this, there was a consultation period. So I do think we encourage everyone to take part in it. Moving on to the next slide. The rationale is that we want to be proactive and want to have a routine system which ensures that things that have happened do not happen again. We need safeguards, we need rights of those investigated to be protected, but also all whistleblowers have to be taken seriously. It's quite an empowering message. I haven't seen Romania at this NCM. The whistleblowers were after quite some time taken seriously and we took action because it's not, you know, it took some time and personally that was one of the inspiration, at least on my part. Moving on to the next slide. Yes, so it's a policy overhaul. So on the left side, if you scan the QR code, it's the original, which is insufficient by any and all standards and repeated time and time benefit of the NCM. And the QR code on the right side, also page 66 of the meeting booklet, provides you with what is suggested. You can always go to page 66 on the coming pages, and this QR code will be applied, I think, on every coming slide as well, just so that you can also see it. This QR code leads you to the document that we have. I have the same one with regular public consultations. The content is the same. It's just that it opens you a Google document, not a PDF. It doesn't readable for you. But essentially, let me walk you through the proposal. The proposal considers only national compliance. Yeah, they're still here. The proposal only considers national compliance because that was the primary focus, and then most of us here, right, at least are national committees, and something that is happening in NCX to the point there's a misuse of funds, misuse of this, misuse of that, and so all of the resources of that. That's why we want to have procedures which work, and people who report that should have some sort of standing ability to get to the NC compliance officer or someone assisting the NC compliance officer and launch that. There is more clarification and procedure within this process in terms of all the rights that, right, I don't even know, in terms of rights enjoyed by whistleblowers themselves, also people who are being investigated, so that not everyone knows about it. But also one very important thing that you can see also is that if there is no longer an investigation, no longer anything of that sort, then we say very clearly, yes, the network should know that because we don't want any gossip, and don't want any negative reputation for any NC. As far as disagreeing with the decisions of the GP on the matter is concerned, there's a procedure, if the entity in question, national committee in question, or creating national committee in question disagrees, they can try and appeal. And there is and that's a complete innovation. That is something that is very passionate about. Moving on to the next slide. We try to use the like graphics, we try to, kind of cute, I guess, the word. Yeah, these are all of the things that make this proposal special. And one of those things is jury of the peers, concept that basically we're also trying to look at NCs which may be in the vote for whatever reason, and having people who are there for, people who are from our NCs, in cases that appeal procedure. And besides that, there's the last article is more or less on guidance, and in accordance with what principles additional to our usually what principles should be interpreted. So it's mostly an administrative procedure kind of thing. It's no criminal law, it's no any law, it's just about, our own administration and how can we ensure that if something's wrong, we can be hands-on to see what it is and isolate it from the rest. We've seen what happens, as I said, in our message to have Romania back in the true form. But they're not the only one. Issues have happened before with certain NCs and even misuse of funds and whatnot. So we have to be real with ourselves, issues exist. And the protocol is there, we're open to any and all remarks. I'm the only one here, so I might ask for clarification if I don't understand your point, because it's a lot.
I'll ask you to wrap up.
That this was the end.
Amazing. So we will open the floor for statements. Do you have anybody in the grounds? No? Any statements on this? I love this because we can just skip some debate. So hashtag trailblazing, different, inspiring, and promising. Open the debate on this policy proposal. Who has a point? I really hope at least somebody has a point.
Somebody has a point.
Yes, Norway followed by Germany. Oh, sorry. Before that, there is a debate structure, but I think this is very specific. I think we can just do general round. Okay. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
This is a very one thing that I've heard and about this it doesn't follow any of our other policies. So yeah, with the Article 1 definition and all of that, it's not so. I think in that way, people are concerned that this is not coherent with our other policies. And this is basically made out of like and that a lot in the definition section, a lot of things that have been defined elsewhere. The mandated one body example, which is in the charter, like one of them indicates the charter change, and then you have to change the policy, like we have been flexible in that, in the current sometimes already defined in a higher policy.
Thank you very much. In Norway, what is that?
I was trying to ask the form of what, the formatting of the document, is it the way it is written or? Yeah, if you look at the proposal, so here is the example of Article 1, there are the subheading, so this is, and that if you look at other policies, that's not how they work. So in that way, it's format-wise different on our other lists.
Thank you for the clarification. There's a direct response by Ulrika. Yes.
So I'll address other points when I address all the other points, but
yes,
the format itself. Sorry, so definition, that was the last point that I have to refer to that. These definitions are for the purpose of this policy, and they're purposely sometimes, for example, for national communities as big to include any NC or pre-NC entity as such, but also to accommodate differences that exist with the national laws, so that no one can say, oh yeah, but our, management board is actually not the decision maker here and stuff like that. So that no one can actually really good. So it's a kind of a casual for the purposes of policy itself. So that's the definitions are for the policy, not for everyone to use that definition because they're not in the textbook definition.
Thank you very much. We will take, can you please keep your placards up if you have points? So we can allocate them. Germany, no longer a point. Italy, I've seen your placard before. Does anybody else have a point? Like we have a brand new policy or like comprehensively rehauled compared to what we had before. So at least some sort of discussion I think would be good. Yeah, so
I don't know if I knew anymore, so I started asking, people. Yeah, where the beginning, like, I do remember running over the compliance officer here. What about transparency on how the compliance officer is appointed? So the first portfolio of members, but would you think that they would be able to have the board of some sort outlining why someone specific
there's a direct response by people in Herzegovina, yes.
Maybe a suggestion as to what can be done is something that we already have, which is 8 minutes of meetings, and then we can just get a more elaborate explanation of why this specific person was appointed, and then it can be. So it's something that we already have, and then there's a few paragraphs in order.
Yeah, because right now, just to interject a bit, currently we do have MC compliance officer. This is not a new thing. It is a member of the GB. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It is a member of the GB. If in the minutes of their first meeting, it says who will be appointed as such, and just provide more context why this person. Okay, good. Any more points? EYP Norway.
So Article 5, and then police, I don't know. Article 5, 7. So any breaches of these article provisions, that may be removed or any violations by the compliance officer. What if the compliance officer is the one who breaches policy? For example, there's this whole thing about the NBA and you can't review things already in the works, but then what do you think about compliance officer is the one that's
All right, any more points in the air? Yes, I see no reason why not. You can already.
Sorry. And also Article 8 clause 7 about the Board of National Committees have the right to request the ethical ban of the commission and investigation. But I don't see why we would make a service out of something that we NCs can just they can just go directly to the NC compliance officer. I mean, sure, it's nothing wrong with having the data, but I don't really see the foreign or anything. So yeah, certainly what I told. I'll go initiate an investigation into the flow directly.
Thank you very much. Direct response, right? EVP Romania.
So for people, something for that, you should have it on paper to be recorded, because like Romania has done and has worked for a couple of years, and now with the very amount of people will be down, like how many people is trying to be important that this formality, and that's how you know everything.
Thank you very much. We have the proposing entity ready to answer points on the formatting, providing more context. I mean, that was also addressed already a bit. NC compliance officer, And what will happen if they violate the policy? Should the BNC vote on this investigation, or should it be individuals that do that? The floor is yours.
Okay, so the logic is similar to what Romania is saying here, not just because of their own example, but also the example what we had on things like Russia. We have that wiggle room, but we want to have something that's really there, black and white, so that we can follow up on it. So, okay, I will have this right, and we want you to do your job. We're quite flexible in terms of how you do your job, but we want you to do because this issue seems to be apparent. It's also another way for whistleblowers to come to talk to the BNC director. They say, okay, well, there's this issue. I seem to have a communication problem with the BNC compliance officer. Maybe you can bring it up then as a question or as a mandate for investigation. To remind you of the Russia thing, which was which was actually topical here. So 2202. We had a TOD on something else regarding Russia, but it became apparent that we want to have an investigation. I think it was unanimously passed that we want to have this investigation, and GP got it mandated. So it's codifying the existing practice, which I think we all agree is good. Again, if you find it redundant, sure, I mean, doesn't have to be there, doesn't change necessarily the reality, but I think it's good to have it black and white for us. In terms of, I'll back to other points, just to clarify, Italy, yes. I am a big fan. Personally, I can only speak in my personal name, not in the name of the working group. I'm not speaking also on behalf of the UIP Coalition here, but the working group I presented in that moment. Yes, more transparency is always nice in that sense, but usually anti-compliance goes with the portfolio that last year Dinesh had, this year Linda has, and that's at least how I see it. Obviously, it's based on personal preferences of these people, and then further as it goes. Certainly, a rationale why this person was chosen is, I think, always nice because anti-compliance officer is a thing that has been here for years. And I guess a bit more rationale on why this person exactly what question we have trust in them can only further support the idea of us having all of this. Definitions, I think I clarified that only for this policy only purposely because we wanted to encompass something that was given a lot of, given last time I speak a lot. Let's rather have it a bit more vague so that all national legal differences and European legal differences are considered because some raise questions with that. As far as comprehension and the structure is concerned, Linda and I, as chairs of the working group, are really fans of articles having their titles because our personal belief is that you can more easily go through the policy and understand it. Now, as far as clauses are concerned, there is a very valid reason why it's articles and then paragraphs, clauses, however you want to call it, because that's a more structured way than let's say what we have right now. Right now, I think I have 29, 30-ish clauses, which are very hard to read as well. And frankly, when Linda and I, and we also shared the document, I think the last time in the working group, we went through that policy. It raises so many questions. What is meant by sheer generality? And there's this clause, and then it completely changes topic. So that's why we structured it. Of course, you can say it's more of a legal approach, but it's a more of a logical approach either way. You say, okay, this is about the procedure. If you don't like it, you can try and have an appeal under these circumstances with these kinds of things. That's the whole point, right?
I would ask you to.
And in terms of 5.7 and 8.7, I addressed 8.7, sorry, 5.7, a compliance officer, that's a GP board member, vote of no confidence, possible. That's a great breach if you ask me. I think if you ask anyone, if an NC compliance officer acts as the main gossip person, they're heard of this. Because we put a lot of trust in these people, in all of the GP, and of course, we also have the code of ethics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So these things are reflected elsewhere as well. If I haven't missed something, I'm sorry, further discussion on it.
Okay, let's have the second round. EYP Takia.
Thank you. So one question about the cooperation between supervisory or advisory board for BNCs and the investigation body. So how did you envision the cooperation in?
Can you speak up?
Okay, so for example, in Article 4, in the conflict of interest, I have seen supervisory structures, and also in Article 1, for example, the definitions, but I have not specifically at least seen the actual and complete context of how supervisory bodies will be, or if necessary, how they will be utilized as a procedure. If you can provide context.
What is the other article you mentioned?
1 and 4.
Yeah. And also eight, yeah, eight.
Okay, European Norway.
First of all, just wanted to refer about the formats. That is fair that we don't treat the format of the current thing makes sense. I think that's very fair. But then that is another thing. So I just say that it's done in the current format, and then it's you. Your argument that when you're taking format, it's all of our policies, then that's another thing that should be brought in there. And I think that's valid. Because I mean, but I don't find it very easy to be, it's very easy to manage. So in that case, you're between and also, I would also say that I do find Article 20 a bit redundant, because I think here you interpreted guidance. I don't see how any of these clauses are any different from any of the other policies that we have in that. Like all of these are things that, yeah, that any person or anyone that interprets a policy would have. But I expect all of. Yeah.
I would ask you to wrap up.
Yeah.
Point of order?
Yeah, what's the second part? The first one, where there's like a response, and the second one, there was a private response. So, the second one, I would say.
Okay, fair.
There's not very much, I think there are a response for the first one.
Yeah, I assume, Eway Luxembourg, your point is on the first part, but we will take this third one. All right, the floor is yours.
Regarding the format of the actual, reform, we think that makes a lot of sense. Do I think Rachel wasn't suggesting that we start with all of the policy proposals that we have, because that would take a lot of time, and something that you mentioned. They clarified that this format issues definitively in this one, that make the reform one understandable. Otherwise, it wouldn't really make sense to start writing policy proposals and hope that people can understand it, otherwise it's going to be going back.
Thank you very much. We'll take a point by Romania.
Just one on that, one, you kind of parallel, here is better available. So if you go to develop something new, we know there's a lot of system, doing something not forward in the past, but trying to copy, so this part of the system is not there. So that actually the formatting as it is, and I don't think it will be redundant to doing that way so that we can keep it afterwards. Maybe we need to restructure all the policies, but this is more formatting the correct way.
If we may make a point, if that's okay. So in terms of the formatting, yeah, it is quite different than the current policies, our opinion at least, because we commented mostly on the normal technicality, or like how it looks. Like having individual Article 1, we can just say 1. It's obvious that it's Article 1. Subtitles are useful, but not if every single article has its own subtitle. I think like clustering them and having like a subtitle, which is the next few articles related to this. This is how the VP is written. This is how the charter is written. So we already have the solution, and that would be our preferred option. Okay. Any other points? Okay, we will return to the proposing entity, and then I think we will proceed to the vote.
So, let's go through the format again. Yes, I also encourage anyone who wants to have a different format, maybe just maybe to listen to what Philip said there. It's a bit of formal request, so that we don't have our titles, but only those more bold with general titles. We can have that, we can have a split vote of that, but I think some of us are fine. So again, if we want to advance the format issue to that extent, I agree. We can have, we can split it. The position that was taken is, okay, let's try to make it easy to navigate. That I think that's the main thing, because whoever wants to approach people is more likely to know which article to look at, if the article explains basically what it deals with, as opposed to what we have right now. And it's not the only policy, our safety policies actually have a fairly similar approach, but the one that more goes to what Philip said. So yes, this is doing more even than what was done there, but it's specific, and you cannot say that anything, like the title of the article is what is in the article. It's just that, it's no, and when you read it, you also kind of know. Redundance of the last article, it's done out of precaution. It's true, pure precaution, because God forbid someone misrepresents, misinterprets, purposely or not, something of this sort. Do I expect the same standard everywhere? Because it's nothing new, yes. But have we felt the need to have it there? Yes. Can you disagree on it? And do I think it's fair? Yes. If you want to have a formal vote on it, want to split the vote on that, we welcome that as well, because it's not an essential part of the proposal. It's more like, okay, well, now that you have read it, sure, make sure it's like that.
And I would ask you
These,
to wrap up.
quickly, I have to respond to them as well. Supervisory reports, but those are different articles that deal with different things. Supervisory reports can report their executive boards. Sure, that kind of thing can happen, but specifics of how they operate, I don't think we should regulate that. And overwhelmingly, the last meeting was saying, no, we should not over-regulate the relationship. We should not over-regulate the process. There should be enough wiggle room that the relevant NC compliance officer will have in terms of how can they investigate what is happening, how can they, talk to these people, and how can they work with things. Also, it really depends what the supervisory board reports on, because it's also a safety procedure. We have different policies for that. We have safe working involved, and again, we give precedence to them to do their thing and then report.
Please
back
wrap
to
up.
the region. I'm done. Thank you.
We will not have another round of debate. We're moving to the vote. This is international governance related policy. It requires relative majority. Who is in favor? What?
So I think it's probably time to decide on what,
How would you split the vote? You lower your placards. Okay, so do we split the vote on everything else and Article 20? Who is in favor of having it split vote? Who is against it? I think the nays have it. So we're not splitting the vote. We vote on the proposal in its entirety. Who is in favor? Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Against? Abstain? Unanimously approved. All right. Thank you very much. You're going to make it sure, less than 30 minutes. Point of order?
Yes, there was also a form of request submitted on the extension of the mandate for non-NC compliance.
We will do that when we will add this slide, we will do it after this point.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Well then, welcome to the
Yes.
welcome to the last agenda item of the Spring BNC 2024. The last agenda item, 30th one, is updates to welfare policy and competence framework to enhance child protection and peer-to-peer education model. Proposing ends to be EYP Bosnia and Herzegovina and EYP Croatia, spokespersons being the iconic duo at this BNC, Vedad and Ivor. Aim of the proposal is this proposal aims to bring changes to the network with the goal of enhancing child protection throughout our events. This is done through the peer-to-peer educational model that our network is built upon, and the importance posing creating a new generation of younger kids. Vedad, Ivor.
Thank you very much. As for the history of the proposal, this was in a different capacity discussed at the last meeting. There are some parts which are quite similar, but some of the parts that were discussed at the last meeting, there are also some parts that were discussed at the last meeting, everything was accepted with over 2/3 majority, but in the co-decision procedure, only one single word got accepted. So we believe that like the approach on the last meeting was from a standpoint of having a maximum age when it comes to participating in events. Here, that is not the approach. We switched the approach totally, even though the wording in most cases is very similar. The approach here and the main goal here is child protection, which we believe is not addressed and tackled correctly and adequately and to a satisfactory extent in the policy and the policy, and because of that, the goal of this policy change, which was again accepted in the last BNC by the BNC or by the BNC, is to increase child protection in the network.
Yes, and so moving on to the rationale, it's, yes, child protection, peer-to-peer educational model, we have to keep it up, support the educational quality we have, and again, understanding what we are here, we are youth, we are peers, we are here to learn from each other, whether you're older or younger, we're peers, and then moving on to the program themselves. So, of course, we couldn't include the entire one, because it's giant, but basically what we're adding is practically known phrasing, where one's own age with the aim of maximizing the peer-to-peer educational efficiency. Obviously, if you're maybe a bit older than someone, you have to be aware of it. If you're maybe a bit younger than someone, you have to be aware of it, especially when it comes to minors. Moving on. And this is the new clause 19, rephrased. This edition was rejected before by the governing body, accepted by the BNC. We went with rephrasings based on some keywords given by the GPA, and it reads, the message is quite simple. All participants should be aware of us as a youth farm organization, and it continues on with the way that age varies as well. It's important that we're aware of it, and it's important that we understand as successful team leaders the role that it can play. You can be a great team leader where you're 20, 9, 18, or 26. But the part of it also comes with how you lead the team and how aware you are. We're not going to joke about inappropriate things generally, especially not with minors, et cetera, et cetera. This is just a concrete example. Moving on. Yeah, competence framework goes more or less in the same way for team leaders and officials. We should have an open, inclusive, tolerant QIP of ages. There should be no ageism, but at the same time, we should never seek necessarily run from the age that we have. We are young, some are younger, some are older. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we get there successfully, and it's really important that also there's another tool, another consideration that when evaluations go in, we can say, oh yeah, but this person may be a bit inappropriate considering the age and considering the peer-to-peer educational system. The peer-to-peer educational system works on the fact that we have a horizontal field and we learn from each other. It's not a teacher and student relationship. It's all of us are equal as created. So moving on. intended outcome fairly simple, fulfill the rationale, and we're looking forward to any statements.
Do we have any statements?
There was one in the agenda setting call by Virginia, okay?
Well, we can do, our. Well, of course, the one about but especially concerning about the process, I would say that, of course, all lines are very important, but especially regarding conversations. Thank you. Of course, anything we have personal consideration on the performance of teenagers, but it's nice to have a legal basis for us to addressing, or simply because it's observed during, sessions and the meetings where the concept of the words is like, so that was very.
Yeah, any other statements? Okay,
Okay, moving back to proposing entity.
I mean, pre-sentence is nice, so thank you very much for your support. We want to stress again, the methodology on which are built upon is that which is, which goes from the fictional model, and we want to stress the main words there, here and here, and then all go behind this proposal that is actually emailed to Peter. Yes.
Thank you. We have two more statements. Oh, sorry, we had okay, so we do have a debate structure, around 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do general, sure. We're doing general. So yes. Any points, we will take Norway and then the Netherlands.
Thank you for this, work. The suggestion, the only suggestion I would have to you is to change the phrasing maximizing the field more efficient. We could maximize efficiency, don't really sound like I don't think we can more, but more like movie, like using. Yeah, so my idea of assembly in the case of law is people be anywhere on so I think is what we want to do.
Points. Oh.
Yeah, so my suggestion would be that instead of saying maximizing the efficiency of the model, it's like being aware from its own age to the age of holding the centrality of the field.
Direct response, Boston.
We just want to directly reply to this. We're gonna accept the friendly amendment. We're gonna amend it everywhere that is the one instance that we give examples everywhere where it's maximized, it's going to be.
The Netherlands.
Oh, sorry, yeah, one more thing about the wording that I want to ask a question about, maybe I expect not to go. Then moreover, also be aware of the age and young person carrying age dependent event. Do you mean that the participants be aware of their age and the age of the young person? Like very age of young person? Okay. Can I then like propose that in case you all should be aware of their age and the very age of the young person depending on the event?
Can we,
Private.
Yeah.
can,
But it doesn't seem to change it.
also, can you please repeat, because the,
Oh, sure, you can have to care. How I read it as it is now, is that they should be aware of their age and of the young person that are attending the event, and not of the age of the young person attending the event, so I propose changing it into the parent. All participants should be aware of their age and varying age of the young persons attending any event.
okay. And Serbia. Points of personal privilege. Speak up.
Or is it also bring people to come and touch on the sector? Summer in college already. Otherwise, this is very, trouble and it's really, for things that we all and present well and how to do this stuff.
Irish response, Norway.
Yeah, so apparently, participants have to divide somewhere in all our many policies, and it's, as far as I understood, it's delegates, officials, teachers, yeah.
Thank you. Oh, no, we will take Azerbaijan and then go back.
Like usually have the, like, our. So I go through piano, second, what I mentioned, and the electives and the teaching, not, let's say, sure enough,
And now moving back to the proposal.
Okay, so, here in Azerbaijan, the agencies have a stake here for welfare policy, so if something is so problematic, yes, of course, we have to take it, that's a general rule of thumb, right? Something's so problematic, and here we go. But team leaders have a responsibility to be properly their team. Do you really want to play pass the orange necessarily in a team that has very varying differences in ages? That's a great question. You know, that's something a team leader should think of before they act on it, or not. That those are the kind of, that's a complete example that comes to it. Participants, yes, includes teachers, chaperones, sometimes they can also vote, in GB elections, so generally speaking, but participants, yeah, we have definition there, it's exclusive, but I do not think that, you know, passing by a senior while you're doing the transfer would be considered an event participant, even if that senior cusses you out, doesn't happen, as section 5 minutes. So yeah, you know, that is not a participant, so there's that kind of a line. As far as the Norwegian and Dutch examples of free trade are concerned, we commented on the Norwegian one, and Dutch it is, you wrote it down, right? This is written. Well, no.
It's gonna be there.
And so that we can precisely, I think just a phrasing preference, we're comfortable with changing that because the substance must be protected, it's ensure peer-to-peer works, and let's have a welcoming environment overall for any.
Okay. Round 2, Romania.
differentiate the policies not moved around, that's the part that also, like, for example, the being already running, where the woman was legal. Where, like, that's the part that we can always do that, so that the policy becomes those people, yes, okay.
And see,
And so, we should look at it and see, so.
in effect.
Okay. Any more points? I'll take that as a no, so we are going to move back to the proposing entity.
Yes. Yeah, in effect, it's basically that if we have a supervisory board member as well, right? They, even if they're 29, whatever, yes, if they come there to an extent that does apply to that, but working for event specific stuff. Generally speaking, you can also talk about it, but at events, it's more crucial because it's an event where you have more of that kind of bonding that's more intense. And Dutch thing. I didn't see how this here. Yeah, so better to omit the for young.
Would be something like a part of the.
Yeah, apart from that, we agree with the Norwegian and Dutch without the.
No.
So we're like doing this right now, so we cannot like friendly amend, but can we friendly amend for like verbal?
Yes.
So without the.
That's part of it. And whenever we have what is it, maximizing, we have a problem.
So the thing is, we will vote on the friendly amended version, but you will send the formal request. Yes, point further.
I just sent it in the channel. I just straight to BNC channel. It's there.
No, just because I have a reason to do before.
Yeah, I mean, formally, we check if there's enough people to have a quorum, but we will just see if there's 60% of NCs present instead of like having a roll call and then voting. I think that would be the most efficient way to do it. Okay.
So once again, we're voting the friendly amended one. Formal requests will be sent. This is a relative majority.
This is not the kind. Yeah, is that the point? So we need to have
Two-thirds, okay. So yeah, everyone in favor, raise your placard. Everyone against? One thing. Abstentions?
We do have the quorum to make this decision.
And also it was approved.
Okay. 28.
28, 1,
1.
1. So against Ukraine, abstaining Greece.
All right, with that. Okay, there is one thing that we usually do. However, we are kind of pressed on time. We pressed on time to be outside of here by 4. So what we would propose is that everybody who partaken in the workshops, like that we have the slides folder there, that you prepare the slides and that you post them in, like, to create some sort of discussion about it. in the respective workshop channels, and in few bullet points, say what was the outcome of your workshop. Would that be okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay, point of order. There will be formal requests for it. We are not discounting the formal requests. We're just like, will not deliver the content of the workshops, right? Okay. Good stuff then. Sorry, I need to scroll a couple of slides. But this one is the first, and it will just remind us in case we miss any, because there's a lot of formal requests. So formal request by EYT. Apologies. Yes, I think we've sent it in Discord already, under your workshop channel. So if you can present briefly what do you intend to achieve with this working group, that would be amazing.
So basically what we discussed during the workshop yesterday is that there are a lot of countries that require visa to enter each other, and in that context, it would be good to establish a working group that has the final goal of creating a comprehensive guide on how to obtain visas for different countries, but at the same time to provide comprehensive documentation, which can, as a final result, hopefully upload the members platform so that members who are maybe less experienced, not only in the context of EYT, but in the context of international travel, can have an easier time and can have helping documentation regarding visa. Also, another thing is to provide templates for like invitation letters and stuff like that. So basically everything that is needed to obtain a visa to provide helping documents and pointers. And also one more thing, which is a possible action plan, is should this be comprehensive enough and should this be detailed enough? It could also potentially be uploaded to the webpage of the EYT, as there is a guide that can also be interesting new members who were never in the EYT. So it's a very broad thing that requires a lot of very precise work and a lot of procedural work. But I think it will be 6 people plus 2 chairs, so the chair, and the mandate will be one BNC meeting, so until the next BNC will be the work.
All right, and we will then, if you vote on it, establish this working group with that mandate. I would suggest that it's an M&A to the center. However, is there a need to discuss about this? Go for it. And also Luxembourg.
Like also people applying and selecting, so I would say that you can say in Montebello can be less people, so that they're not comfortable. There will be 6 people in future because of the 8 people working in this. Seems
fair, Luxembourg.
Just want to ask them, because we think they're going to change, is there going to be a mechanism to make so that whatever documentation comes out of it,
That's a very good question. For now, the idea is to establish a ground framework, and then hopefully something on a more constant basis can be established, and we just revisit these things and check if they change. But the idea now is to have like a huge knowledge sharing and knowledge gathering platform to establish it, and then later we can potentially establish a permanent position or something that just revisits.
No,
Can mandate the GB.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling there will be like a resource. You know, what are the visa requirements? Or the working group will create. There will be some like guidelines, which are really permanent, like not changing, but like visa requirements as they change frequently. Maybe it would be to the IO to maintain that. Probably. So I would suggest we establish this working group, maybe like in the center. But before that, I will just briefly touch upon the number of people. So the working procedure says it should reflect the composition that is in the proposal. However, this is up to our interpretation. If it has 5 members instead of 6, that's fine. I think that's okay. But having much less, like 2 or 3, that I don't think would be cool. So it's not like a strict number. Okay. And then we go to the center that we established this working group. Does anybody want to have a vote on it? No, the working group is established. Congratulations. There is a formal request by formally, I guess it would be HR. I think it was like the whole working group, but fair, to extend the working group mandate of the working group on anti compliance policy and whistleblowers protection. Would you maybe just briefly explain what would then this working group do in the future? Because it's intended, one of the main results was the policy that just got approved.
Yes, so basically, discussion was on anti-compliance, also everybody's compliant, because right, remember the rationale, that it was safe and secure, what if there's something brought in somewhere, so that we know how to quickly approach this and isolate it as much as we can from what we prefers to our bodies. Thank God, so it's not about making a proposal, but exploring this, because the working group, as I previously explained, really focused on the anti-compliance part, because of the deadlines. So we didn't really have any time to think about, oh, what happens if there's something within, I don't know, this kind of format, GP this or that. Obviously, there is no promise to make it free. The proceeds on that, but just to think a bit about that. And also, as a backup, it was made in case this was to be rejected, that's number one, and number two, regarding backing up, it's, the fact that it's, there seems to be an issue considering something from the NCC when something becomes apparent or if we want some clarification, then we can also address that as a working group and further partner with the relevant stakeholders. So we're supposed to have a lot of chill work. Yeah, it's just to completely finish the mandate because the former request to establish it also included entities that are also not NC comprehensive.
Okay, so basically extension of this to other stakeholders and reviewing what was just approved to see if, like, you know.
In case
Yes. Okay, we propose that this is extended nemine contra the center. All right, accepted. Congratulations on your term extension. And we have reached closing of the meeting. Closing remarks. First, on behalf of Anya, it will be Anya Lu, I think. Anya Lu. Everybody does.
Anya, similar names, same thing. Thank you all for this wonderful weekend. I hope you enjoyed it. As the entire IO, I think, and especially on behalf of Anya, we were super excited to welcome you all here, and I'm super excited to welcome you back in fall again. We're also super proud that we've been able to partially thanks to Sparkles and many of the entities who needed it have been able to see some form of funding. And then I would also very much like to thank Henning, who organized all of the logistics of this meeting, almost completely on his own. So that's definitely something to be proud of. It's also last BNC meeting. Also, I think definitely the food has made a step up this weekend, and we will definitely also miss the music quiz specifically. Yeah. Then I also really want to thank the BNC board for all their hard work. I got to work with you a little bit longer. Yeah, all of you, which was really nice. Thank you guys for making sure that we follow all the procedures so well, for always being so responsive, and just, yeah, the good cooperation we have. It is also your last BNC meeting. We have something small for you. We hope to see you in summer at the BNC board handover, which is a great segue into please run for the BNC board. We'll get to go on a little summer trip to Berlin for the handover. Maybe this can persuade you a little bit further, but also you get to really shape this BNC meeting into something part of your vision of what a BNC meeting should look like. I guess you guys can all attest to how much fun it is to be on the BNC board. And you can be here. Yeah, with that, thank you all.
Thank you. Now it's our closing remarks. Before I speak, I will let my left and right hands and all of my my heads and everything MC and under say a couple of words.
I will say words. From my side, also been a lovely BNC. I think this might be the BNC in the best weather I've ever experienced, and it has been like 8 of them now. This has been a great weekend. We have had a lot of things to do, and we're really thankful for you all having been here, been concentrated, and what's the word? Contributing to all the debates, having a really nice mood, and just making it also possible for us to enjoy from this side of the table. And yeah, as said, this will all be our last turn, all of us. So it's been really lovely to experience this once more.
Yeah. So, after 2 years for BNC's handover, this is my last, I mean, same goes for Philip, since we've actually started together in 2022. It was a pleasure working with Philip in the first term. It was an even greater pleasure working with both of you in the second one. Yes, I can attest that doing work in the BNC board is very fun. It's very engaging. Also, personally, I find this to be like the cherry on top of the cake for my UIP career that spans, well, I think in 2 months, 8 years. And also I think that this is like a very nice way to actually retire from UIP. Thank you. So yeah, run for the BNC board. It's really fun. Also, as you can see at the end, you will get merch for free. So yeah, nothing else, at least it's worth it.
I guess my part, I'll just write things up because I will forget otherwise. So you can take your placards, put them in the envelopes, your votes and everything else in the envelopes. You might have noticed there's a little bit of thing, and this is not our envelope. There's people written down at the BNC meeting, and they sign, like you as NC representatives sign it. I assume you've already done that, but don't forget to do it if you haven't. And then when we leave, we will just leave all the envelopes here at the beginning of the table. Okay, this is one thing. Another thing is that, yes, please do run for the BNC board. We're done, we're no longer doing this. It's over. We would really encourage you, if you have an interest in the international governance, if you know some alumni of your MCs, and people are not in this room, but that would be interested in doing this, please encourage them to apply. We will develop a timeline for the call with the IO. We will also promote the shit out of that call, so that we actually have enough applicants, because we really want to see competitive elections, and I really look forward to transferring a lot of the knowledge that we gained in the past 2 years to the new BNC board. Yes, Sandra.
Also, having a 2-man BNC board is insane.
Is insane. Please don't allow that again. I mean, it's manageable, but do you really cut corners? Now we've been much more free to do a lot of other stuff. I think we've been very productive in this term. I really think since I joined international governance, I know that it's a humble brag, but I do think no BNC board in the past, since 2018-01, has done as much the resources, materials, and stuff like we have done. So if there's a will, there's a way. And we really want to encourage you, if you had something in mind, to like, it is fun being here because you can create so much stuff to help each other out, make this more interesting to general members, and a much more things. But it's also very stressful when people have, late agenda items, you need to set out 4 hours in the evening, even though you intended to do something else. But that goes with like every position, I think. I would like to thank the IO for organizing this and coordinating this meeting. We were supported every step of the way, especially by Henning, the ESC governance volunteer, whose term is also ending just like ours. Like we always match the BNC board and the ESC volunteers. But also Henning is not the only person at the office. We were joined in the past couple of days by I think every single staff member of the IO except Conor and Markel.
And also except Bilal and Imam and Sarah.
That's enough. But yeah, there were a lot of people coming and going, taking the minutes, which is very important, something that we wouldn't be able to do. And in general, like coverage of this meeting, general networking, sharing your experiences, it's very appreciated. Keep doing it as you are. We would like to thank the TB, even though they're not here. But it was nice collaborating with them again in this term. Now their terms kind of, there's not an overlap as much. So we started working with new people as of the beginning of this year. But so far it has been very nice. And we look forward to what the TB will present to you at the next meeting. You want to say something or? Okay. And finally, it really was the pleasure of a lifetime to be here in this position, that they trusted us to do this. It was very fun. We learned a lot of stuff. You won't get rid of us that easily, though. Our term lasts until the handover meeting. We still have plenty of time to do a lot of stuff, and we do intend to wrap up our knowledge and make these 2 years, record them, and have them as resources for the future. I would also like to thank Alba and Cecilia for the past 2 years of the past year. It was very nice collaborating with them. I really hope I wasn't a big pain in the ass about some stuff. But we wing it a lot of the time, but I think it worked out well. We'd like to thank you for being here, for being so active. And we'll actually show you how you were. This is the last meeting. Please remember the first 2 items specifically. And this is this one. So like 3 statements, so it's a debate, 89 responses. I think this is up to date at small points. We've gathered like points and direct responses. Statements are like separate thing. But yeah, like guys, you maybe discuss this less. But yes, it was a very productive meeting. There was a lot of discussions. I think they were very respectful. What else I wanted to say? The rest of it, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah, if we made any mistakes, please do forgive us. When we didn't see your placards, when we missed your formal requests, we really tried to be on top of things. It was not intentional. And for anything good that we've done, I mean, you're welcome. And we are looking forward to getting feedback from you, so the next BNC board can improve, and we can improve until the end of our term. And seating order for yesterday, which nobody has guessed. Andor, can you please say what was the seating order?
It was my idea, and it was closely tied for, not for me, but to me. But before that, the only constant in the BNC and in numbers for the past 4 BNC and is that the most points were always made by Croatia. Yeah, so when it comes to yesterday's evening later, I've decided to play the Hungarian card. As a lot of you know that I come from Serbia, but I'm not Serbian, I'm actually Hungarian. Thus, the seating order for yesterday was the percentage of ethnic minorities in given country. So, meaning Cyprus was the least diverse when it comes to ethnicities. Luxembourg was the most diverse. As in Luxembourg, by the national census, for example, in I think it was 2021 or 2022, only 52.4% people said that they were of Luxembourgish descent. 52.4%.
No, it's like 5 people. Maybe you're not Swedish, that you always have a French or Belgian or German grandmother. Like, a lot of those people have.
We've had a lot of like workarounds when it comes to statistics. As for example, like Bosnia and Herzegovina, how do we measure like ethnic minorities? But then we basically just added up all the constitutivni narodi. So they weren't ethnic minorities. Everyone that isn't constitutivni narodi was an ethnic minority, for example. So yeah, Serbia is like 80% like Serbian, Romania is 84% and stuff like that. So that was yesterday's seating order.
And we had a bunch of more ideas, so we'll also in the handover, BNC board, future one, we'll have 2 very good seating orders that we have prepared but haven't used. And that's all, folks. Go home. Sorry, what?
Is that point? But yes, today's sitting order was how many Luxembourg sit in each country, and there is 1 in Luxembourg. And there's like 303 or something in Turkey.
And another thing which you should do is you should leave the badges. You can take the paper, but like leave the liners and the plastic kitegi here for the IO. Have I missed anything else? Okay, let's go home.